What is happening, Williams? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. And welcome back. Crystal, thank you for the resub and the 16 months. Let's freaking go. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling today? I know how... Okay, so you guys missed this. Hydra enacted Chernobyl right before I logged last time, and I was like, what the hell is this? So we can all thank him for this. But how is everybody doing? It's also 1,000 degrees. I know. Oh my god, dude, by us too. It is actually like insane. Queen, it's good to see you. And agreed, Williams. Like, honestly, this week has had something unhinged in the water. You cannot convince me otherwise. Also, if I am very slow speaking, I have a focal migraine, which for those of you that are regular migraine sufferers, you know exactly what I mean. But basically, if my words sound very overpronounced and slow, that is why. Right, Crystal? Agreed. Okay, thank you. It's not just me. I'm so sorry that we're both having the week from hell. I don't know what is going on with this full moon in this week, but for those of you that are also like not feeling good and are just kind of going through it this week, please know that I'm with you. Thank you, Phoenix. What's up, Drog? And indeed, Queen, I'm glad to be hanging with you guys, even though I'm feeling like dookie. It's been really weird. Like right 5 seconds before this, I thought that our air conditioning broke, and I was like, not another thing breaking in this damn house. Oh yeah, oh Crystal, I'm so excited to put this one far behind us all. People have been so on one this week. I am so sorry, dude, because I can only imagine working in healthcare this week. All I can say, guys, is that like I've seen some exceptional, like I think I told you guys about the Home Depot stuff with my dad, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm having sinus problems, and the one thing I told you about, not the same, it sucks, we're all dealing with it. Yeah, I feel like the last like couple weeks, I don't know, man. I feel like June is kind of a bust. May was really solid, but I feel like June is kind of like hit or miss. Because I don't know, I'm not really hearing anybody talking about having like a fantastic... Like maybe it's just me who's not having a fantastic one, but or maybe I'm losing it or something, but I genuinely feel like a lot of us have not been having such a good June. That's not even to talk about all the insane stuff that's happening in the world right now. There's too much for us to even list. Yeah, no, my physical sensations are just so weird today. Like, I woke up... How do I explain this? I woke up and it was like the fatigue from sleeping. Like, you know when you sleep really deeply and really well? Because let's not get this twisted. I get really good sleep, so that's why this is weird. I just could not shake the fatigue for a full 8.5, then 9 hours after waking up, and I was like, all right, this is really weird. Then my head was feeling kind of clunky, but not quite migraine-y. Then it progressed to migraine-y. It's a place to end the school year. Exactly, Williams, exactly. And that seems to be the only thing that it's good for. Because I don't know, man. This June's been weird. I feel like I just passed Obsidian by, but I'm not going to go back and check. That's just peak laziness. Da, da, da. It's so pretty. So far, so good, Drog. We have a ways to go before we unlock the next thing. I want to say that it unlocks at like 1400. So it's like, even if it's just me bopping around at first, I figure that any amount that we can bring this number up to get potentially the unlock helps. At work for whatever reason. Crystal, I'm so sorry. I just want you to know that you're not alone. Yesterday I had a sob session. Like a proper just like sit down and just lose it. I know, right, Williams? You would think. I honestly blame a lot of the I really do blame a lot of the astrology for why we are where we are right now. All I can say is that a lot of things make sense with how many things are squaring how many things. All I will say is that if you are going to some historic stuff happening this weekend, don't talk about it in chat for one, but if you are going, just know that there's a big old planetary thing happening this weekend. So stay safe, stay hydrated, be careful. Leave the phone at home. And I'm not even kidding when I say that, leave the phone at home. But there's like some big shit happening in the cosmos in June. So I'm trying to be really patient. Like, and Crystal, I just want you to know that I love you. I support you. And all I will say is that, guys, everybody hang in there. This year feels like it's a whole lot of trust the process. I don't know why, but it just doesn't feel like a regular year. So hang in there, trust the process. Trust yourself if nothing else, even if you can't trust the process right now, because trust me, a girl gets it. Well, Phoenix, I am very jealous because despite every single ounce of effort to the contrary, I can't seem to stop gaining weight, and it's not in a good way. It's in like the most infuriating way possible, where you're like, this does not make sense. I'm literally living a healthy lifestyle. Me too, Crystal. We gotta make sure that Man-Maid's birthday goes well. You know what I mean? Like, these are things that we can make sure goes well. Already halfway through, which is kind of crazy. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Maybe it's as a result of Raja or what, but like, I'm not gonna miss 2025. What's up, Hydra?
How you doing?
Good, how about you? Well, I mean, not physically good, but good mentally. I'm like, I love how I answered that with a focal migraine. Like, good, I'm fine. Yes, everything is fine.
So, I was when you ended the other night, I was in the middle of typing out explosive powder. And apparently when you finished, all it said was explode. And so I load in to just open explode.
Yeah, just straight up explode.
I thought I finished it before it ended, but no, it ended like a half second earlier. And
that's hilarious, actually.
This line of floating aquarium dome, or I guess not domes, aquarium spheres.
It looks dope.
Actually quite pretty.
It really is. I'm like, you know, we ought to just have more of them just for the sake of having them at this point. And it's all good, Phoenix. Listen, if there's one thing that's true about bodies, is that they're always changing all of the time. In any biological system, things can change pretty rapidly, even just from like lifestyle stuff. So like, that's my whole message, is like, everybody who's in process this year, just hang in there, trust the process. We're gonna be okay. We got this, guys. We've had this every other year. We've got it this year too. We'll be fine. That's not to say that there won't be some moments, but like, we got this, I believe. I truly believe. And this is coming from the most impatient person that's ever existed.
We can add blueprint microchips to the auto dispose.
Ooh.
Actually, we can't.
Momentum solves many problems. Just gotta keep rolling. Exactly. Precisely. And specifically that.
Okay.
They're so cute. The froggies. What's up with this acid area?
I don't know. That's one area I only explored so much of because I didn't want to lose my save.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I completely get that, really.
Alright. Tier 3 ore extractors. Osmium rod, super alloy rod, iridium rod.
Okay, that would be dumb to hop in because that's literally acid. And there is one in here that's submerged. So I feel like surely there's a way to traverse the acid?
Jetpack should take you over it. I'll be down
well,
there.
No, it does. No, I'm saying like I'm surprised that we don't have some kind of a suit or something that would help us like get into it, you know?
Yeah, no, there's
I mean, granted, it's an acid, which in nature.
Yeah.
Oh, those rocks also hurt you. Got it. That's kind of crazy.
That's news to me. But then I never even touched them, so.
I bumped into the rocks and it was just like, how dare you, actually? It was like, we're offended that you exist. I knew we shouldn't have changed our itinerary. There's a reason why some parts of the universe are still unexplored. What's the Terraformation Index? This shows how progressed our planet is. So the higher and higher that we get the number, the better and better that the planet is getting, because that means that we're accomplishing our goal.
How close are you to a stable environment for colonization?
Hey guys, you want to hear something
basically
sexy? This message was dispensed exactly 1,000 years from today. Year 3035.
Give or take a couple days, weeks, or months.
Yeah, you know, but same shit.
1010.
So this guy was doing exactly what we did. That's ironic, isn't it? That's funny as shit. When I saw that, I was like, wait a minute, from 3035.
1010 years from today.
Indeed, Drug. Maybe we will have Jurassic Park by then. Although I don't think it'll take another 1,000 years, to be honest with you guys. I feel like someone's gonna get on that sooner rather than later. Trying to just like keep following their trail. So this leads just right back out to the volcanic area. So those rocks injure you. I'm excited but scared. See, the reason why I'm concerned is because I know for a fact that the military will actually, so like everything that we see happening in the Jurassic World franchise is exactly what's going to happen, which is that corporations will try and privatize different dinosaurs, have certain ones that they train for military strategy for God knows what reason. It's like we already kind of know the playbook of how many things can go wrong here. So for me, like, I'm not really excited for terror birds to be wandering around and then have that be like, oh, and now another one has escaped the facility. Somebody wakes up a dino rolls over. 5 more minutes, I know, right? I just have a weird premonition that what's going to happen is that it's going to be exactly what they show in Jurassic World with the corporate privatization and whatnot. Upper levels of the cave, the air is harder and harder to breathe. I have the feeling that our cargo hold has started leaking. Okay, let's see. Ow. That's fucking lava. I should be dead. Ow. Dino versus drone competing for package delivery. Bro, but then there's me who would toxically adopt a velociraptor. Like, not even speaking exaggeratively, because we all know that I'm bringing in a Belgian Malinois, which is basically just a velociraptor without without the fancy sounding title. I'm like, yeah. Our cargo hold has started leaking, and these suits may not be able to protect the integrity of our... Oh, there's another one. Got you. This one I've been to down here.
Okay.
Raptor version 1.0, exactly. So did they cause the volcanic area? I don't know. It's hard to say. I have technically 13 raptors. Hell yes. Yo, birdies. That's true. People forget that the humble chicken is actually one of the closest relatives to the dinosaurs. Be pre-approved for the dino upgrade? Exactly. I'll be like, oh, I would like a Model T3 Velociraptor. Turbocharged with all the bells and whistles. What's funny about it though is that like doing these dog training certification courses, the one genuinely hilarious thing is that like so many folks forget that they're like living in the house with an active predator. And like you kind of almost have to remind them and be like, you do realize that like if you motivate a dog enough, it could hurt you. And they're just like, oh no, Fluffy would never hurt me. And you're like,
Like, this is the descendant of a wolf. This is like...
Exactly.
Like, we've kept breeding them because they are still predators.
Yes, and like just because it's friendly to you does not mean that under the right circumstances it couldn't turn. Well, actually, the most, if you guys want to know the actual dinosaur that exists, that still exists to this day, look no further than great white sharks, because they were around during the same period as Megalodon, and they have just survived exactly as they are. What's up, Nefer? It's good to see you. That's why I love diving with them, because great whites have just such a different energy about them. It's like this ancient... It's this ancient, hello human, I don't care about you at all, I've survived things that you couldn't even imagine kind of energy. T-Rex movement is actually based on the way a chicken moves, yes! Yes, T-Rexes and chicken have quite a lot in common. There are a few from the same time exactly. We have the crocodiles, we have alligators, we have great white sharks. Sharks are just awesome, dude. They're just immediately being in the water with one, you're like, this is as close to prehistoric as we can get. All right, let me get out of this godforsaken cave because I am going to die otherwise. I feel like kids would eat more eggs if they were marketed as dino eggs. Not my empathetic self as a kid, Williams. Not as an autistic girl. I would have had a panic attack. I love dinosaurs. If my parents were like, oh yeah, these are dino eggs, I would have probably burst into hysterics crying. I was one of those kids that was very much team like, why can't we adopt the raptors?
Oh wait, tier 2 Oryx raptors. Okay.
Well, Drog, they think it was carrion and not a predator. The important thing to keep in mind is that if you were to actually recreate the conditions of a beaver's existence based purely upon fossils, we would still have quite a lot wrong, right? Like if you actually look into this, it's pretty solid. But basically, the issue is we can't actually replicate the conditions of their life. So we can make best guesses, but there's nothing for sure. For all we know, they don't look, sound, or behave anything like what we were thinking. You know, and that's just the sad reality of paleontology.
Yeah. Particularly, like, it's very difficult as I understand it. Like, I am not even as deep into sciences of Effie in general, let alone paleontology. But what I do know is, like, the practice of what, like, Jurassic Park dinosaurs look like. And I will say, in like defense of Jurassic Park, like continuing to use those old appearances is continuity of a franchise. Like they can't just be like, oh, we're completely changing what the T-Rex looks like based on what new science, because it's like plot of the books, established like in-universe established lore. Like think of it as science fiction. It's just in that universe where this science worked in the 1990s. Yeah. This is what would have actually happened. We don't have that. We don't have the technology. We didn't have that technology now. We didn't have it in the 90s. In that universe, it did. Like X-Men.
Exactly.
Oh, it's like, like I got into an argument with somebody saying, oh, the biggest crime X-Men First Class, or no, Days of Future Past, it's like the Pentagon was built without steel rebar. And I'm like, different universe, different history. They developed polyethylene and figured out how to do fibrous concrete instead of steel reinforced concrete 20 years earlier. And Steel Shortage said, hey, let's try to build this without steel. Let's see if we can build something without steel reinforcement. And it worked. Like,
oh yeah.
There, simple explanation. History doesn't matter. It's fiction.
Exactly, and that's I think part of it is that like for any real aspect of Jurassic Park to actually exist, one thing that I think that's very helpful to remember, and I always tell people this because as somebody who's handled arachnids, I have to tell you that one of my favorite things is when we pretend that like arachnids have preferences for people and whatnot, and I'm like, baby, that spider will never recognize you. One of the things to keep in mind is that there won't be any like dinosaur training. There's no dinosaur training to be done. They're not going to attach to you. You know what I mean? It's just kind of one of these things that's like, especially as somebody who studied the neuroscience behind it, it just kind of fascinates me. Because like basically when everybody was being very annoying about the direwolves, which like we all know, the insufferable never ending posts about like the direwolves aren't actually direwolves. I'm like, I really wish that we could just celebrate scientific accomplishment without constantly putting the bar ever higher and being like, well, it's not real and here's why. Like just please go sit in the basement and sit down and be quiet. You know what I mean? Like, it's an exciting achievement. Nobody is out here saying that this is going to create a whole new line of designer dogs for sale. Like, just sit down, enjoy the science. It's cool. A thing is allowed to be cool. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly, Never. It's a huge step in genetics. One of my favorite
takes on it was Hank Green's video on it. Like, hey, this is cool. Like, this is cool. I just want to be like, hey guys, just remember, like, these aren't people are going. He was trying to fight like the other side of that. It was like, oh my god, direwolves this, direwolves that. It's like, keep in mind that these aren't
it's the closest like, we're going to get, and that's very exciting. And it's like that can just be exciting.
Like, this is cool. This is awesome, and how this could help with actual
especially inbreeding and issues with it.
Yeah, like this could help with current endangered species and getting introducing new genes that certain species have lost. Like, I think he used the American red squirrel or something like that as an example. I forget exactly.
Like, listen, I agree with him completely. I think we need to celebrate it for what it is. We can talk about it. I think one of the issues, though, is that when people try and talk about this as if they're educated in science, the problem is that just screaming, but it's not a direwolf, is not also factually correct. So it's like, there's a middle road that exists between the two things. Yeah. But because we do not have a public that is very scientifically literate, trying to get into that middle ground with people is like the most complicated thing. So that's why for me, very early, I just realized that these people, a lot of them are just going to start screaming because they want to scream. So what I've just decided... And I'm just like, as long as we all understand that it's an exciting moment for genetics, fuck the rest. You know, we're not paid to disseminate it. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that I'm constantly relieved now that is not my job. Because like back in neuro, it used to have to be. Because like we did actually pretty breaking sex differences research in cannabinoids, right? So I'd actually have to be breaking down for people what endocannabinoids even are, how they work in the female brain, how they work in the male brain, and how every single one of us right now is on a spectrum, right? So like you and I might identify as like male, female, but our brains are on a spectrum of a certain percent masculinity versus femininity based upon our individual genetics that neither one of us will know unless you get extensive testing to find this out.
And then me and Mech, who both identify as a masculine
as male, yeah,
will react to different things slightly differently based on where in that region of male we sit.
The whole brain is, and it has nothing to even do with the physical traits of being male or not, right? Like both of you could be just perfectly like at the surface, everybody would be like, that's a male. But it's always a percentage. And so that's why this whole argument, like that's why all of these discussions about like should certain groups of people exist or not makes me want to actually rip the hair out of my head, because I'm like, we are all technically intersex. We are all somewhere in between. I'm like, oh my God. I just get so angry because it's such ignorance to such an amazing category that you just can't even believe it sometimes. But basically the whole deal is that your brain genetically and cellularly is like, so when you're in utero, the default is female, right? Particular hormonal cascades turn on to actually masculinize the embryo to make males. The thing is that the degree to which that happens in every single person's individual brain is probabilistic. It's not a guaranteed 100% success every single time. Where you will finally land on that spectrum is going to be somewhere, you know, generally speaking, usually towards one end or the other, but it's never 100%. Just like it's never also 0% masculinization. You're going to be somewhere in the gray area. So when we have individuals that are like intersex individuals, it's like they're more towards the middle. So it gets really frustrating working with all of this and then trying to like, and then hearing people have these very half-baked opinions of a thing that they have not studied in any formal capacity. You're just like, woo. I'm like, man, I am so glad that now it's the AI people and the software engineers who are taking over arguments, because a bitch is tired. It's been some long years.
I'm deactivating a bunch of these autocrafters.
Go for it.
For the time being. Just give the accept the fabric, because that's
that's one of those
we don't need that much of it, and we need
so you know what I mean, Hydra. It just drives me insane. It drives me genuinely insane. Like it's one of those things where especially too, because having to go to conferences and explain this to people was like one of these things that way before we ever had half the ignorance that's been going on these days, we had some just impressive levels of, I wouldn't even call it bigotry, it's just straight up laziness within the scientific community, where we would have had the vast majority of graduate students that were currently on the record actually graduate earlier if they would just check for sex differences at baseline. But because they didn't want to lose their grad students, and because they would rather be attached to indentured servitude basically as labor, they were like, no, we will not do that. We will not do the very obvious thing that would make too much sense. It was like, oh, it was crazy. And this is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
Because even the scientists themselves don't want to be dealing with it, which is, gotta love it. Both genders at the same time. Ours always has such cool things, right, Williams? Yeah, it's one of those topics that, and it's so funny because it's The way that the ignorance comes flying out so fast with it is kind of breathtaking. The way that the ignorance and also the ingrained misogyny, I'm just like, here we go. Like, I genuinely am so glad that I came to streaming when I was not still in science, because the way that I would have had some days where I would have showed up on this monitor and you guys would have been like, she actually looks like she's been through a blender. And I would be like, I have been arguing with 7 nearly 80-year-old men who've been doing this for 40 years, who insist with all of their breath that the person, their own grad student sitting next to them, can't possibly exist. It's like, you're just like so tired.
Yep.
Because that was the whole thing with cannabinoids, right? And like part of the reason why it was such a compelling thing for me to get into is that, so we all have endocannabinoids, which control everything in our brains when it comes to like, you know, think your reward systems, think your endorphins from exercising, think oxytocin release, think a bunch of things, right? So they are intercellular mediators, which means that basically they control the rate of firing between different brain cells, okay? One of the most infuriating things in the world was trying to get people to understand that differing endocannabinoid function at the receptor level can result in dramatically different effects when you then take exocannabinoids, right? So for example, weed, and smoke it, you're going to have very differing effects. And then what we found is that based upon stress and based upon sex, the results basically keep on turning on their heads. So you have some people who get super anxious, some people who actually get benefits, some folks who descend into full-blown psychosis. So it was like this mess of basically having these long days where you're basically trying to help people understand their own fundamental biology. But at the end of the day, the people who stuck with me from that field was one. His name is Giovanni. I need to look up his last name again. I need to find his paper again, because this was probably far, and you're going to appreciate this, Hydra. This is my favorite conference performance of data I've ever seen. He got up and he was like, I know that you all think that I'm an asshole, but there are CB1 receptors on mitochondria. Suck it. Here is his data, slaps it down. He's like, I don't care that you all think that I'm an idiot or a liar. Slaps down his data and walks away. And it was just so wonderful. He was like, I don't care. Here's the evidence, bye. Ever developed a better health book? Do you mean like strains of weed? Because I'll be honest with you guys, I don't endorse any use of it whatsoever, given what I know that it does long term to the brain. But this is coming from somebody who worked around a lot of that stuff. I just don't partake at all. I'm one of those folks that, like, based upon my own genetics and based upon my family's history and stuff, I wouldn't go near it with a 20-meter pole. People with those indicators, this treatment, whatever, has the best outcomes. So there is testing that can be done, Williams. You can get extensive, very progressive medical testing done to figure out what will work with you, what could potentially clash. It is very expensive. I would like for it to be covered. I think that that would be an awesome place for society to get to, as well as, I will say, yearly full body MRIs. I think that that would really dramatically change the patient outcomes. For all individuals, to be frank, because if you were able to actually get a full checkup, right, to actually know for sure that nothing's growing, you know, nothing's lingering. It's kind of complicated though, because there are individuals who will come from genetics and also environments where they will just need disproportionately more care. So it's like, how do we actually balance that? So once you get into the policy end of things, that's where it becomes a disaster. Because it's like, how do we actually balance the care for the people who need more of it disproportionately? So like, for example, I have a chronic health condition, right? Here I am gaming with a focal migraine, which some people would not even be able to be here sitting at a screen looking at, and I'm just carrying on as normal, right? Like, if I didn't say anything, you guys probably wouldn't know I was feeling it. And so my support needs generally tend to be lower, where I can kind of push my way through most stuff. But if my neighbor has the same condition and can't, you know, it's like she might need extensively more testing or extensively more work. So I think until we get a society that's really geared around the idea that all of medicine involves support needs, and it's not as simple as visit a doctor one time, get a diagnosis, get medicated, and leave. Until we really get there into like the more systemic levels, we're not going to see any progress.
Yeah.
That's factually incorrect, Drog. And this is coming from somebody who has published data in the field. It's very funny, but it's factually incorrect. I actually kind of wish it was true because that's actually what alcohol does. And if more people understood that alcohol was a neurotoxin, it would be great to get a lot of people to stop drinking. Like, once you realize the mass amount of brain damage that it's doing, oh yeah, no, that's, yeah, no. So it doesn't destroy the brain. What it does, and this is the important thing to understand, right? So cannabinoids are modulating cellular activity. So if you have some excitatory neurons, some inhibitory neurons, right? Plus, minus. What you have is an intracellular modulator, which is a cannabinoid, pushing those cells in a given direction. So your very excitable neurons might suddenly become inhibited. Your inhibitory neurons might become excited. Now, why is this a problem? Because we use particular tracts of our brain doing particular activities, and all of that is based upon excitatory and inhibitory balance at any given time. So think of it like a whole symphony, right? If you stop the strings suddenly mid-song, you're gonna notice that those strings are suddenly gone. And then if somebody comes in with a sudden organ that was never playing before, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is the organ doing here? That's exactly what it's like. And how it plays out in behavior is that it can get very erratic, and it can actually even get dangerous, I hate to say, in the wrong individuals. So that's why, like, that's why when we had this whole debate right around legalization, one of the biggest things that we were talking about is the fact that this divergence really and truly begins in adolescence, which is a problem. Because guess who's using the most weed?
Adolescents.
Yeah. And guess what that does to your long-term brain development? It actually changes the tracks of how those neurons will develop. And so while there's no physiological, as in receptor level dependence on weed, there's a huge psychological dependence on weed for those who interact with it, whether it's, you know, whether you're taking edibles, whether you're smoking it, the psychological dependence is out of control.
Yeah, you're not chemically addicted like you're going through withdrawal.
Exactly. It's not the same thing as anything dopaminergic. Anything dopaminergic, that is a completely uncontrollable process that's operating at a level that you can't do anything really about. Yeah. Weed is purely psychological. And by the way, you can get psychologically addicted to anything. I'm
psychologically addicted to video gaming.
Hey, there you go.
Like I know that I have that addiction.
But you acknowledge it, which is what's important.
Yeah.
Amitos. What's up, Harley? So the real thing and the real danger is with anything that's interacting with your intracellular modulators is that what it's actually going to do is it's going to change the whole path of your brain's development. It can, Drog, and it's completely different from one individual to the other. And it triggers migraines, yeah. I think for a lot of us, and I mean, I'll put it to you this way, I was never, like, even when I was heavily working in cannabinoids, surrounded by cannabinoid people all day, it was not something that I was, like, trying to engage with. Like, it was very funny for me working with a bunch of people who were, like, potheads. And just being the person in the room who was like, no, and they were like, oh, why not? And I was like, because I have a family history on both parents' side of having some schizophrenic individuals, which means that we have a weird relationship to dopamine, which means that I don't want anything to do with the substance. Because basically the minute that you take somebody like, the minute that you take someone from like my family and you put them in that situation, even if nothing happens and it's perfectly fine, there's always going to be that risk that something could go wrong. Good night, Harley. Natural biological reprogramming, it's not as happy or as glamorous as all that, I hate to say. It's more like you'll see majorly deficits, and that's the problem that we have with cannabinoids. So like if you see basically, for example, you know how the edible hits and a lot of people lose their emotional regulatory control, like they get very upset or they get very like they just drone out. Now, imagine, if you will, what that long term is also teaching the body, because remember, we also have operant and classical conditioning happening at all times to reinforce certain behaviors for us. Imagine how that's going to play out long term if somebody is constantly spiraling into anxiety on an edible that they believe firmly is helping them relax. Which, yes, I've actually seen that happen in real time in front of me. Very sad, by the way. It's just the things that we teach ourselves and the things that we teach our brains and our bodies, we have to be very, very mindful of, because anything that you do repeatedly, right, to the point where it becomes a habit and to the point where it becomes reinforced. I hear it more like cadavers. No, I'm saying cannabinoids. I have a nicotine addiction. I've tried to stop smoking several times. Yes, and nicotine is another receptor one. It says for ADHD, and someone told me the reason I find it hard to stop is people with ADHD use nicotine to self-medicate. Yeah, so that's very true. Nicotine and caffeine are the two big ones. I'm actually going through it because I quit recently quitting caffeine, like all caffeine, basically. So I'm down to matcha, which is significantly less. So if an average cup of coffee has, I think it's like 258 milligrams of caffeine, at least for what I was drinking, I'm now down to like 56 milligrams of caffeine a day. I feel fucking weird. That's the best way I can describe it. I'm having all kinds of hormonal symptoms. It's really, really good for women who are either peri or getting close to menopause. For Native Americans have to be really careful with alcohol, as genetically they're prone. And that is true, Harley. Yeah, epigenetics does play a big role in it as well. And that's the other thing. Like, so epigenetics is... I don't know, Chad, have we ever talked about epigenetics and what it is and what it isn't? Because I feel bad that a lot of people get into epigenetics and then they're like, oh, so the environment is just turning on different genes. Great, cool. And I'm like, wait, no, not great, not cool. That should terrify you about the state of our planet and society. I feel like Hydra's probably heard this rant of mine. That's why I'm trying to be sensitive to if I've had this conversation yet or not.
I don't recall if I don't recall the details of it. Probably you've talked about it because it sounds familiar, but I don't know what the content of it is offhand.
Okay, so basically, long story short,
you are welcome to keep going. You were welcome to go on whatever rant. I will not stop you.
Awesome, I appreciate that. So basically, what epigenetics is where you are in a particular context, and what it does is it increases the probability of particular genetic traits that you already possess to turn on like sleeper agents and then start impacting your life. So what do I mean by this? Here's what I mean by this. The reason why we have quite a lot of incidents of schizophrenia popping on for adolescent males has a lot to do with, ding, 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 our educational system and the context in which we raise adolescent young men. Even if you are very genetically predisposed, your impact of schizophrenia, what we've seen across different populations. So for example, in Eastern cultures, the voices that are present during psychosis tend to be more positive and reinforcing, whereas in the Western culture, they tend to be more shameful and disproportionately negative. Now, why is this? It's because what we basically have is that the context of the situation is actually activating particular genetic features that create completely different versions of the same condition. So while someone in an Eastern culture might, yes, indeed, also be experiencing schizophrenia, their entire experience is going to be radically different than a person in a Western culture, right, whose voices are primarily negative and shameful. And once you start to grasp this about epigenetics, is that it's only tilting the probability that something will turn on. It's not guaranteeing that it will or won't. So what this means in a practical sense is that, like, you might have every genetic predisposition possible for a disorder, but if you are in the right context, you may not ever develop it, despite having a 90% chance of doing so. It's essentially your context dictates the statistic rate at which you will adapt the condition. Does that make sense? So what a lot of people think is that it's like, so what a lot of people think it is like Spider-Man, where it's like, oh, I just gotta get bit by the spider and then suddenly my superpowers will awaken. And it's like, no. What it means is that you'll just have a whole different presentation of a given disorder versus your colleague. I once had a tab of speed, which is a drug ramps up. Yeah, I know speed. I promptly fell right asleep with my head on a speaker in a nightclub. Welcome to ADHD, y'all. Welcome to ADHD. If stimulants make you sleepy, welcome to ADHD. Like for us, the craziest part about me not really having, so I'm autistic, but we don't really know if I actually have ADHD or not because stimulants dramatically wake me up. Dramatically. Like if stimulants are putting you to sleep, it's worth a look-see. That's all I'm gonna say. Not gonna armchair diagnose, but I would get some stuff rechecked because basically that's the hallmarker for that particular condition. Now, as for the others, I will tell you this much. Receptors and their populations and all the different shit that they do, it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating, but I think one thing to also keep in mind is that at any given moment, so like for example, in the game that I'm playing right now, there's probably about 32 different tracks being activated at once because I'm also talking to chat. I'm also paying attention to the software. I'm paying attention to the monitor above me. I'm also listening to the music. I'm listening to my own voice come back through the microphone. I'm actually paying attention and reading what you guys are saying. At any given moment, you have, again,
that voice playback, that baffles
Oh, I don't.
me.
Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't. That's not what I'm talking about. What I mean is that it actually trips me out hearing my own voice talk in an empty room through a microphone, even to you guys.
Okay.
It actually is something that I start like meta thinking about. Like, how did that come out? Did that sound okay? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, your thought process of what,
yeah. So like, that's what I mean when I say tracks activated. Okay. But no, I also can't do that thing where I listen to myself on instant feedback. I feel like I would just be dying inside every single time.
I call it speech jamming because it's just like that. Because you're hearing yourself and then you start listening to yourself say the exact thing you're. Oh my god!
And then you start to freak out.
Enough, as you can tell, I stutter enough as it is. I don't need.
It's
this
really
thing to
not
make me
noticeable. I have to tell you, it's not noticeable in any deficit sense, if that makes sense. Do you find it easier over in the States to get tested for ADHD? Oh, queen. As women, no. As women, no. For boys, yes, very easy.
Nope.
I myself am bipolar, and I've discovered on my own that the disease affects several areas of my life. Yeah, both positive and negative. Absolutely. There are pros and cons to every single condition in existence. Like, I'm not exaggerating when I say that. To be fair, that night I finished a full shift at another nightclub and then went to an all-night club with work colleagues. You know, Harley, that makes sense. I feel like it really depends also on your allostatic load, which is just a really fancy way of basically saying if you're absolutely fucking slammed, if you are completely jet lagged and then you drink a cup of coffee, it's not going to change anything. Oh, I know, Roland. Oh, ADHD is not the fun it's cracked up to be. It can actually be a massive deficit.
Does not fight like lethargy.
Yeah.
Like actual physical lethargy. Yeah. Caffeine doesn't do anything.
Crystal says, I didn't even realize that Hydra had a stutter. Exactly, right? I'm like, it's not noticeable. Don't worry, man.
Because I'm not talking a lot. That's why you don't notice.
Yeah, same over here in the UK.
Somebody that likes to listen a lot.
You know, not a bad thing.
It's also based on how much time I take to think of my words ahead of time. And
yeah,
exactly. And when I'm doing this and talking about my stutter, I've basically got this rehearsed with a little bit of variance here and there based on the situation. But
I get that.
The more off the cuff I have to be about something, the more
it comes
I
out. Yeah, the more also emotional frustration, big time. Which I completely understand because I get that where I suddenly, what's up, Roland? It's good to see you. So with the research they've done, I kind of wish they were better prepared. They knew this was coming. A whole generation was missed. Well, here's the funniest thing. Also, Walker, what's up? Welcome in. If you guys want to hear my cute little, like, if you ever need a confirmation of an autism diagnosis, are you ready for this? So my parents, ever since I was 8 years old, brought me to an art therapist who exclusively worked with autistic kids, right? Now, every single one of the kids that she worked with was a boy. And then there's me, who's the only girl that she's seeing. Now, at the time, it wasn't popular to be giving girls autism diagnosis at all. Like, it was basically unheard of, right? Because in my generation, it was only boys, and it was only if they were disruptive in class. So
girls
this art therapist
only got anxiety and depression diagnoses.
Yep. So here's the funny thing. So I'm over here for 10 years seeing this art therapist, and nobody is catching that I'm autistic. But God bless my parents. They really just thought that I was the special exception kid that she just kept seeing for a decade. In a sea of autistic kids, and that was her specialty. I'm just their one unique little special star. I was like, you guys, tell me that I come from an autistic household without telling me I come from an autistic or neurodivergent household. My parents are so sweet, but they're such rule followers. You know what I mean? Like, they would never think to go off grid enough to be like, I think our kid has this. Like, why else would she be seeing her? You know, like, they follow the rules. Say you're depressed, you just need to take those pills. Yeah, anxiety and depression, the rates of diagnosis in women is off the freaking charts. It's just off the charts. But yeah, I'm not surprised that coffee doesn't really affect the vast majority of you guys. Tolerance will really take care of a lot of that. Because I'm bipolar, I see the world different than the normal person. Example that I've noticed, it seems every person that's bipolar suffers from insomnia. You know, you're not the first person to report that to me, Drog. I'm not entirely shocked, because I think that insomnia has such a range of different causes. It can be such a multi-level issue for the people that experience it that I'm not entirely surprised, to be honest. I'm sorry that you're going through it, though. I know, you know, it's funny, like, I don't... So, like, the number one most contentious diagnosis, I would say, like, if we were to talk, like, all right, like, what's the turkey that, like, no neuroscience student really likes to get into? It's borderline personality disorder. Because basically we know that the vast majority of those individuals are heavily traumatized and came from very abusive situations, so that one always gets gnarly. Mm-hmm. But I'm really, really proud of the progress that bipolar has managed to make in the last 50 years or so. I'm from the Caribbean, so I only realized I have ADHD a few years ago in my early 30s because everybody kept talking about it, and I eventually realized I'm in this picture and I don't like it, right, Roland? Good night, Harley. That's how I was, listen, that's how I was with autism, is I was like, I'm autistic, and everybody who was autistic was like, you didn't fucking know? And I was like, no. And then I looked back in my old therapy records and realized that I was the only kid seeing my art therapist who didn't have a formal autism diagnosis, and I was like, oh, it's because I'm a girl. And I was like, oh, I'm also the only girl. And I was like, oh my God, how exciting. Like, something that's actually a metric. I have a favorite person. She's my best friend, but honestly, oh, yep, special person. My favorite person is linked to BP, but I don't seem to have any other traits. I'm just wondering if you have an issue with favorite person. Autistic is an insult, but no official diagnosis. Oh, Roland, it's so not an insult. For people who are autistic, we're like, welcome. Costs too much money to find out here officially. Honestly, same here. I tell most people here that unless they really need the affirmational diagnosis, to be honest with you guys, there's just no real detriment to anyone for adapting the coping mechanisms and strategies that you feel might work for you. Like, for example, there's absolutely nothing that impacts someone negatively by me taking care about how much light, noise, or people stimulation that I have in a given week. You know what I'm saying? Do not produce enough of certain chemicals. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into bipolar. I haven't worked with a resident that had a personality disorder and she had dementia on top of that. Oh no. Oh, Crystal, I'm so sorry. That's hard. Yeah, like there's absolutely no
water collectors.
Yay!
Just because we're struggling to keep up with the water demands of the crafting.
Yeah, that's fair. God damn it, I still forgot the sea life collector. Hang on, I'll be back. That's what I was supposed to pick up and then refine this cave. That was a fun one. Oh yeah. Listen, sometimes it do be rough. Sometimes it really do be rough. And that's the thing with support needs, right? Everybody has different levels. And then as folks age, unfortunately, you really start to see it hit the fan. It could also just be a hyperfixation, which is linked to ADHD and autism. I don't want this to be the case because it's a fixation. I'm scared one day I'll lose it. Okay. All right. Okay. As somebody who has a special person that is a very non-conventional situation. Now, everybody, look me at my streamer eyeballs when I say this. As somebody who has a very not conventional, what's up, Mac? As somebody who has a very non-conventional hyperfixation, if you would like to keep your hyperfixation, you need to look into, and I'm not even exaggerating, this is going to be the weirdest recommendation that you guys hear. Look up how you increase drive for particular animals like dogs. Because that's what it has a lot to do with, is that we as human beings also have a prey drive. And usually when your drives are not being satisfied, that's where you start to see stuff spiral into chaos. The number one majority of the time, what I have found is that if you study prey drives in animals, our hyperfixation link is tied to that. So whether it's rabbit holes of an intellectual nature, an emotional nature, psychological, Mac, hello.
Hello.
It can all be tied back to our mammalian friends. We're not that far away from dogs, rats, cats, rodents. Like, we really aren't. Like, it will actually really improve your life. And no bullshit.
Why are we turning into dogs?
I'm talking about how basically for all the people in question who have hyperfixations, right? Whether you're ADHD, autistic, or whether or not, by the way, this is just something that you have, is it like you don't need a diagnosis to resonate with this. You know what I mean? Like, guys, diagnoses are here to help. They're not limiting. You can have crossover, you can have a little shade of something going on. Please don't put yourself into a box. I've noticed my mood depends on her and how her mood is. If one day she's not around or we don't talk, I sink into myself and get in my own head. Yep. Okay. Queen, what you want to work on is your drives, especially and specifically prey drive. What this means is that the way that you work, right, is with that frustration. Like when you're feeling that frustration, that's when it's time to like find a channel to route it into. It could be anything. I'm not even kidding you guys when I tell you that, like, and it's funny, but like I've actually caught my best friend even doing this with me because she and I are like that. She'll literally go get lost in something else when I'm being too much. And she doesn't tell me I'm being too much. She just goes off and does it. And I have such a giggle because I'm like, she's actively working her own prey drive to reroute that so that she doesn't get emotionally dependent, and I get it. And yes?
Quick question. How do I get out of the world of aquariums?
That's a wonderful question.
Where are you exactly?
Are you stuck?
Are you stuck or?
No, I just don't. Every time I go to, oh, okay. There's a door that direction now.
Yeah. Well, there's.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, and Queen, don't give up the fight.
Go to one section and then just look for the rock face. No matter where you are, look for the mountains, and that will tell you, or like look for the ice wall. That's the direction of the base.
For all of my folks tonight with hyperfixations, please don't feel that there's anything wrong with you. You are fine. You are fine. It's about managing your drives and managing your, I mean, I don't want to say expectations because I feel like that's kind of a loaded word for these situations where there has been like a lot of judgment about these kind of situations. But I will say this, when I say manage your expectations, I mean for yourself. It's very okay to also have really close bonds with people, and that's a beautiful thing if the person's aware of it, you know, and they're like, hey, I enjoy this level of this relationship, you know, be in communication about it, talk about it, you know, air it out, and by all means try out new behavioral stuff as it applies to you. You know, you don't need a diagnosis to try and adapt things that other folks find useful and see if it works for you. Like one of my favorite things that works for me, you know that ice cap that some migraine people use? Oh, baby. I use that thing when I'm overstimulated. I'm like, I look like I'm freaking Leatherface just pulling on an ice cap over my whole head. My parents are like, what are you doing? I'm like, I am actually chilling my brain out because otherwise I'm gonna explode. Oh, and Queen, that's totally normal. Do not worry. Do not worry. And it's very normal, by the way. Like you can have all this going on, work your prey drive, and still keep your relationship exactly as it is, by the way. Like that's something that my best friend and I, without either of us talking about it, by the way, which is impressive, have just been doing. Like Like, I've been working my prey drive by, like, going after, honestly, like, the dog training videos, the certification programs, the whatnot, to be like, look, I have to have something that I have a focus on. So that basically, when I am feeling down, when I am feeling lost, it's like, well, where can I put this energy? Well, I could put it into Riot, you know? This gorgeous creature that just wants to love me.
Holy God.
What'd you do?
Why do we have a giant glowing pile next to the recycler?
Yeah.
You found it. I turned around last time to fucking Chernobyl.
Wow. Yeah. What is it? You just toss a bunch of rods in there?
Oh, you know what, Stream? We're actually going to test this out.
We were, uranium rods were not getting used, and so they were filling up the rods, section of the thing, and we actually needed the uranium for, rockets.
Hang on, Stream. We're going to test something out. He found Hydra's Chernobyl.
So,
Stream, you're going to be my test dummies. Hang on.
I just went in there after Effie got off, like, ended thing, I was just like, you know what? She stepped away. I'm just gonna throw all the uranium rods in here and just boom, and they're slowly getting used by various things, but yeah, they're it was just to create space in the rods box so that way other rods could be put in there because they were taking over that container, but they weren't. I didn't feel necessary to make a container just for each individual rod, so
yeah, that's the glowing pile.
I can find the right
there was
shade
one
of green.
There was one upstairs, and which has already been, because the Autocrafter C dropped materials. So there was one up here that's already been consumed by the Autocrafters.
Queen, that's so cute, though. You guys have the whole cushion set and everything. Let's go. Also, yes, I'm trying to find the right shade of green, because supposedly green stops migraines.
And hello. Nice to see you again.
Well, hello.
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm waking up from a nap still.
Oh, you're fine. I had the right combination to really bring it out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Actually, I really like the purple and green. Let's go.
That's good. Blazar.
Stairs into nuclear pile. So much green. That's what reminded me of it. I was like, wait a minute.
Pretty much what I said too.
So much green.
Yeah.
And not the fun kind in dollar bills. Yo, this color combo actually is kind of rocking.
Okay.
Let's go.
Holy aquariums.
I know. They see me roll in Maleficent. Yeah, the color combo.
Eventually we're gonna crash something, I think.
Mind you, I suppose green is quite a natural color, yeah. Good night. Good to see you, Never. And thank you, dude. Me too. Hopefully it's, you know, hopefully it's just something like with the whole conversion over to matcha or whatever. That's what I'm figuring it must be.
Funky weather, who knows?
Yeah, like honestly, my body is going through so much stuff with just that, with the reduced caffeine, that like for a few months I feel like we're just going to be a little bit up in the air. Didn't I make more of these? I did. Oh, they look cool. Yo, we got two really cool looking frogs. Let's go.
What, a Lavinium or whatever?
Yeah, they're cool looking. I'm dying.
Yeah, the
Pony
red
green
ones,
crystals. Green was one of my favorite colors. Crystal. I totally understand that.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, the frogs look dope.
Oh, Rabbit, quit trying to eat me.
Huh?
It was making threatening moves towards me.
I see, I see. It won't end like The Witcher 3 with a toxic buildup.
Yeah.
And Crystal, I understand that completely because heart chakra. One of her favorite colors too. Yeah, dude. I'll tell you.
Butterfly larva. Where do they go? Fancy butterfly larva. Where do they go?
Right over here.
You can always put stuff in a the drop off box. And
what problem? Drop off box is full.
That frog pattern 100% says I am dangerous.
I just had to move them.
Yes, it does. That frog pattern says FAFO.
Yeah. Alright.
It's Water World! Dude, the aquariums look awesome. It's really reminding me of the Orlando airport for absolutely no reason. I'm thinking about when I was doing it.
Yeah.
Right, Crystal? That's the way it goes, though. That's lost for you. A lot of times you will see people, too, really emulating their dead people, and it's something that, like, even to this day, I never used to care much for Hot Pink, and people would ask me, they're like, why is your Twitch name Hot Pink in people's chats? And I'm like, oh, because of Tyler. And it's just the thing that naturally emerged, because he loved Hot Pink. That was, like, his absolute favorite color in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it was something that we used to love to be, like, just a bit of a mindfuck with other people because they were like, what do you mean? He's like this big jacked football star. And I'm like, yep, and he loves his pink.
So there is a particular car color that I've always liked. It is bright pink, essentially. It's called Panther Pink.
Yeah, like the Pink Panther.
No, this one's much more vibrant. It's
cool.
Almost like a, oh man, I don't know how to describe it. Purplish pink.
Okay, like a magenta.
Here, I'll post it in the general, or not the general, but the...
Please do. I love, oh my god, dude. I love cool color cars. That's why, too, in the garage that we were in, when I saw those old cars, I was like, well, I've got to tag Mech, because he's going to live for this.
Oh, yeah. And that's the name of this... Mopar cars had cool colors. Top Banana... Sassafras
Banana,
grass.
let's go.
Oh yeah, so this was the 60s. Top Banana, there was Top Banana. There was
I just want to know what was going through their head when they planned that.
So this is Panther Pink.
Effie attack! Listen, we might just have to make a channel song.
Top Banana, Sassafras grass.
Sassafras grass.
What was it? Plum Crazy, which was purple.
Ooh, I like that a lot.
Hugger Orange.
Hugger?
Go Mango. Hugger,
wait,
yes.
Hugger?
Hugger,
why?
Yes. I don't know. Go Mango, which...
I like that.
Let's see what else there was.
Oh my god, Phoenix, that took me out.
There was a couple. There's some really cool ones.
I love that, though. I wish that we still named colors cool things. I think one thing
that
made me... What?
Real quick, I launched 3 more rockets so we can get the full zoom out on the map.
Hell yes.
And also, information about where various things can be found on the...
okay.
On the map. So...
Hippie like, customers, not sure that fits Mopar, but
putting a life water collector in this region gets you this egg, and this. So
that way we don't miss anything. Okay. Yeah, because I have one here now, but it doesn't seem to be. I have one in the Zeolite Cave, but I'm not grabbing anything.
Okay, so here they go. They were Mopar High Impact colors, is what they were called. So they were bright
Mopar
green
High Impact.
Or Raleigh green.
Raleigh green?
Go Mango or Vitamin C. Butterscotch, Bahama Yellow. Hemi Orange or Tor Red. Plum Crazy or In Violet.
Ooh, I like that. In Violet's cool.
Sublime Green and Limelight. Green Go and Sassy Grass. That was the green one. Panther Pink, Moulin Rouge.
Ooh, I like that.
Top Banana, Lemon Twist.
Top
Citron
Banana,
Yella.
Lemon Twist.
Yella with a Y-E-L-L-A.
Citron Yellow, yeah, instead of Citronella.
Or Curious Yellow, it was called. Yeah, there were some really, it depended on the year. So this was from 1965 to 1970 something. They were all kinds of colors. That was the colors.
Dude, that's awesome.
But so my green car is Seafoam Green.
Oh, Seafoam is gorgeous.
And then my driver that I actually drive around decently now is Regal Red.
Ooh. That feels very royal family, like proper red lipstick red.
It's not quite that bright. It's kind of a darker red.
Okay.
And you've seen it. That's the red. That's the red one I posted. The new one.
Got you. Okay.
You've seen my green one too. So
reserved parking space vibes, right?
But yeah, I've always been a fan of the Go Mango and the Panther Pink.
There he is. I've been missing bushes. That was good timing, Phoenix.
The Panther Pink was the one I posted in the general voice thing.
Right, Queen? Chat. Queen says that you have a very relaxing voice, Matt, because I got blasted with a Reaper Leviathan.
Well, thank you. As long as I'm not putting people to sleep.
No, it's nice because it's
not putting people to sleep is the important thing.
Listen, being soothed, the highest compliment for me, like, was when people would be like, "Oh, I was watching stream and it was so chill that I fell asleep." I was like, "Thank you." That's actually such a compliment because what people can sleep to is what they keep on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love how we have bright green grass growing in the middle of the desert.
You know, nature's healing. What can we say? It wants bushes of its own. I don't know.
Where am I? Map.
There have been times I've fallen asleep to Effie. Crystal, I'm so flattered by that. Like, listen, I'm one of those streamers where I love my lurkers. I love my folks who like just hang out. You know what I mean? Voices are such a big thing for me. It's actually what makes me stay around. I agree, Queen. I feel like a lot of things can be forgiven. So like, for example, if you're watching a streamer, right, and their bitrate's terrible, that's fine. But if the audio is a disaster, ooh, is it a deal breaker? Phoenix is like, I must remember them all. You are the prettiest looking frogs. Oh my god, where's Blue when I need her?
But yeah, car colors were a lot more interesting back in the 60s and 70s. Now they're just...
Oh, agreed.
Now they're just black, white, or silver.
I really want to get a purple car. I would actually love to get my car wrapped in purple.
Oh, you would go, yeah, Mopar plum claret crazy all day long. I could definitely see that for you.
That'd be gorgeous. It'd make me so happy too because it's so unique. And then imagine that my car pulls over, someone comes to compliment me and is greeted by Riot. It's just like it's just like 60 pounds of I know. It's gonna be like Riot and then the other one sticking out of a clown car, just like
tail pile of them sticking their heads
wagging,
out of there,
tail wagging, tongue lolling, being like hello.
Way to freak people out, Effie.
Listen, I love it. I mean, my biggest thing is, and I was actually saying this, so I've been in the dog training academy, right? And like, we were talking about like who should and shouldn't have a Malinois, actually, because it's a very popular topic, because a lot of people just jump into getting Malinois, and it's like, dude, no.
Right, they automatically go, oh, look, cool frog.
Well, what they do is they do it for the aesthetic, or they do it because they're like, well, they're police dogs, so they'll make great guard dogs. And I'm like, bro, if you're looking for a family pet, a Malinois can be amazing, but you really have to have the time commitment, right? So it's like, it's one of those things where if you leave the dog alone for 9 hours and then you're surprised that it destroyed the couch, it's like, this is a dog that needs mental stimulation. You can't just ditch the dog.
It's the same thing with people that get huskies and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Exactly. Especially over here, like, because we have the summers that we have, I refuse to get a husky. Because I feel like it's just not fair. You know, it's like, otherwise, also then, it's going to get frustrating when everybody has to be up. Like, God forbid that I ever needed something done medically or something where I had to have someone walk the dog and be like, yeah, but you have to come here at 5 a.m. because it's the only way that the pavement will be cool enough for him to walk.
Oh, by the way, he's a sled dog. It needs to be run like a sled dog, right?
Yeah, it'd just be terrible. You know what I mean? And it'd be terrible for the husky, it'd be terrible for me. I think they're beautiful animals. I would love to have one, but only if I lived in a climate to actually properly sustain it. You know, it's like versus a Mal that has a short coat. Yeah, Minnesota's perfect. Especially too because of the forests where they could hike and run around and have a good time.
And this is why I have a cat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and we were talking about this too. It's like, because my mom, you know, for example, my mom loves the small animals that come into the yard. And I was like, well, the biggest thing is with Riot is that he'll be trained, obviously, so that his prey drive is satisfied. And he won't necessarily have to go after, right, the smaller animals that are like in the yard or whatever. The key is to be on top of it. And I was explaining this to her as I was like, you know, you don't just do stuff like have like small, like, so for example, even when you're introducing a puppy to your adult dog, you have to be like very controlled about the early environment and very on top of the two animals and make sure that like you're watching for the behavioral signs, right? Where one of them is going to boil over. You know, not every dog is really good with puppies. Sometimes you need a mediating factor, or sometimes you just really need to keep them separated until they're a little bit older and can actually handle being around each other. And people don't want to hear that. And I'm like, but it goes the same for like young children. If you have like young children and they don't know how to interact with the dog, just keep them and the puppy separated. Because really and truly, the majority of the reason why people actually surrender Malinois is because it's like, oh, well, he's jumping up, you know, he's biting me as he jumps past. And I'm like, dude, he's a working breed dog that's trying to engage with you. Of course he is. They're dogs that explore with their mouth. Is the training you're doing online or in person or both? Both. I'm doing both. So I'm basically talking to, and it's not just one trainer I'm talking to like 6 different people. I'm taking formal courses. I might actually get certified for this. It's like basically because I have the learning and behavior training from neuroscience with rats, it actually directly applies to dogs because dogs are also research subjects, unfortunately, beagles. So all of dog training, if you're actually using all the behavioral methods, right, like from neuroscience, it all just directly transfers over. So I was like, oh, well, why not just get a certification in it? You know what I mean? We're okay with my Akitas over here. We've never had brilliant weather, but recently I've noticed with climate change, we're hitting a point in July where it's reaching 40 Celsius. We try everything we can. Oh my God, Queen, I'm so sorry. That has to be hard too with the Akitas because they're such a, and this is the thing that's so frustrating. It's frustrating when it's just your ambient climate changing and there's not much you can do about it except for try to keep up with it and adapt, versus when it's something that's like, okay, well, I just need to wake up an hour earlier to walk the dog. You know what I mean? Like, if it was something that was behaviorally manageable, that would be one thing. But in Europe, correct me if I'm wrong, Queen, what is the UK's policy with air conditioning? Because like for us, for example, we have central air. But when I was in Barcelona, you guys, it was 85 degrees sleeping temperature. It was crazy. What's up, Doss? How you doing? Welcome in. And thank you for them hugs.
I'm not entirely sure a lot of places have central air in the UK, at least. It's been many, I mean, I've still got friends that live over there, then they've always harassed me. They're dying in the summertime. Going,
yeah,
oh God,
like,
you guys haven't seen nothing.
That's what I'm wondering is if the UK has like a really good, we don't have air conditioning, not in homes anyway, unless you have 30K to get installed yourself. Oh my God, yeah. Queen, I am so sorry. Yeah, like, so I'm just going to say this. For all of those of you that live in countries without, or situations without air conditioning, still going through not a problem, girl. Listen, Doss, I'm so happy for you that you've got a new position and that it's working out. You do whatever you need to do.
Fancy frog. Okay, fancy glowy frog. Where are your eggs? So I can go.
And that's what I'm saying, Williams. It's really hard. I find it very challenging to be in a situation without air conditioning, so it's like I completely understand how frustrated you must be. Especially too, it's like we've never had the weather to bother with air conditioning, but it's swinging that way now. I think that's what's really interesting about, you know how there's like still folks out there who are like, no, there's no climate change. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro?
I have been in Florida for 23 years. There is climate change.
There is absolutely climate change, and y'all have great white sharks right now like no tomorrow. Everybody has been pinging me. It's like, did you see the great white sharks in Florida? Did you see the great white sharks in Florida? I'm like, I know, bro, I know. We're getting record numbers of them being reported in the waters.
So every year it used to be, so back when I first, my grandparents lived down in Sarasota, so when I would come here, so we would, all the time we would go there, even when I lived in Virginia. But it used to be to the point where you could set your watch by the afternoon thunderstorms.
Oh, true.
And, they would all show up about 2 o'clock.
I remember that from visiting. Yeah, it was like 2:15.
Yeah, and then they would all rain themselves out and be gone by 3, 4 o'clock. Well, now they're showing up and sticking around for hours.
Yeah, and doing way more damage.
Lots of lightning. And hail, which is a new addition to stuff that I've not seen until fairly recently.
Jesus.
And they're nasty.
Well,
you can still set your watch by them, but they're definitely getting worse. And so are the hurricanes.
Yeah, it's concerning. It's very, very concerning, especially with the direction that things are going in. Queen, I just have to say I admire you guys so much. The concept of not having air conditioning is wild to me. I mean, I also admire Hydra, by the way, who's out here working outdoors in this blistering ass heat all summer. So please, everybody, big kudos to Hydra, who's out here tanking like no, that's fucking crazy. We're really getting bad winters anymore. We've gone 4 years with little snow in the 4 months we class as winter. We only had a maximum of 3 weeks where it's hit below freezing. Queen, I'm so sorry. I love me a good winter too. It's so concerning, especially too for the wildlife. And right, Williams, I'm one of those people where I'll put it to you guys this way. I can absolutely go without air conditioning. Like when our air conditioning has broken, I didn't turn into like, the worst case of a princess you've all ever seen and lose my shit, but it was one of those things where it was like, is it ideal? No. Waste my breath on the people denying climate change. If you're still in denial by this point, you're in denial willingly. It's kind of baffling to me. I think the part for me that I find so weird about it is that it's like it's our future. What's the hell am I finding a genetic trait in a crate for? Okay, I just found a whole ass genetic trait.
Yep, cool. That's why I wanted you to wait to
number 5. Hi, Tyler. It's my dead X and a genetic trait. Let's go. It's gonna be crazy as shit. Let's go.
Number 5
is alive. Exactly, number 5 is alive. Notice a lot of the birds are confused and having nesting season becoming earlier for them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, my god, Queen. My poor babies that have been congregating outside my window are just looking at me so desperately. So like this year I wasn't originally going to feed the birds, right? Because of the bird flu, and I was worried about them. But then it was kind of funny, but like I was seeing them show up so much that I was like, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. I'm going to feed them because now a rodent ripped into the bag in the garage. So it's like, it's either waste the bird seed or just fill the feeder. I was like, screw it. And now they're just coming around like, Mom, thank you. I'm like, all right, yeah, here we go. Here's my birdies.
My azaleas bloomed like a month early this year because our spring has been so warm.
Yeah, you sent that. That was wild. I was like, what the hell is happening here?
Oh my god, I had tons. The azaleas were just like incredibly bright this year, but they were a month early because of the weather.
It's very concerning.
I mean, we've already had multiple 90 degree days.
Oh yeah.
And it's still considered spring here.
Which is wild. Which is absolutely wild.
I can't imagine what it's going to be like. It's going to be pretty damn hot come August and July.
Which, and I'm not going to lie, like that's the thing. Like, so we were talking the other day, by the way. So for those of you, by the way, all of my peeps with mental illness, it all gets exacerbated clinically by heat. Let me repeat that for emphasis. All mental illness gets exacerbated by heat. This has been clinically demonstrated across every single condition as an Oh my god, 517. I'm just getting all the genetic traits. This is crazy. This has been clinically proven. So, just a hint, if you guys are having a very, very bad time, if you're like, why the hell am I suddenly having a resurge of symptoms? It is the damn heat. Find shade, take a cool shower, go lay down, stay out of the sun. I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you guys that this has been something that I really wish that more mental health professionals would put out this PSA, especially because this is like, it's not like, oh, this is still in debate from research. No, like this is literally a thing that we know. So if you have a mental health condition, if someone you love has a mental health condition, they're flying off the handle, you're like, what the fuck is happening? It is happening because, and I cannot stress this enough, it is too damn hot.
Ah, wow. The beans can filled up faster than I could eat them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Productivity
Right,
at a max.
Much as I like these glowing rocks, they're gonna get in the way.
That makes sense now. For the past few years, I've been getting worse. Yeah, it's because of the heat. Stay out of the heat, stay out of the sun. And listen, this is coming from an Italian who literally has like the tan going on. I don't know if y'all can see that line. Okay, I sit outside.
Ooh.
What's up, Zach? Good timing.
Careful, Effie, you'll end up with a pile of guys in your chin.
Now, I'm gonna be so for real with y'all. Get the hell out of the heat and sun. Spend your like hour, get the hell out of the sun. I'm a redhead and fair skin. Exactly, queen. It's because it's hot. And Crystal, yes, it's because it's hot. Be easy with yourself. Put a nice ice pack on your head. Watch how fast you calm down in a cool room that's dark. Our weather needs to make up its damn mind. Facts. And Zach, it's so good to see you. How you doing, dude? We're talking about how heat exacerbates mental illness, which is something that like and again, I'm really going to say, I really wish more health practitioners would talk about this, because it's not only clinically proven, but it's one of the fastest and easiest ways for you guys to pull yourselves out of a rut fast is like check your ambient temperature, because if your ambient temperature is somewhere in the 70s, try turning it down a few notches. Try, you know, honestly, if you can, lay in a cool, dark room, reduce your stimulation load.
As I said the other day, if I tried to do that to here, right now, my air conditioner would freeze solid.
Which sucks so bad.
It would be working so hard.
Oh yeah, Phoenix. Now that's terrifying. 80s to 60s in the same damn 2 days is too much.
Yeah, that's a bit of a jump. I hate those days. Those are the worst days.
They're also horrible because your body starts having weird symptoms. It'll just be like, oh yes, sore throat. Are we dying? And it's like, no.
I don't even mind it being hot inside. What I hate though is the temperature jump between one temperature at night and then during the day. That's what's really hard. Always been really hard on me.
Oh yeah. Oh, it'll drive you crazy.
Some of these.
And I'm perfectly
happy.
Thank you,
Queen. I'm so glad that we have you here, dude. I'm so glad that you're learning stuff, because I'll tell you guys what, as much as I can, I try to like, if I can provide insight, I will do my best to offer it in the most simplistic terms possible, as in methods that don't cost you money, but will dramatically change your life.
Between the three of us, we are the people that can build a working nuclear reactor in our garage.
Literally. Literally.
I don't know why you're including me in this.
Hydra,
maybe
your
between
project,
the two of you.
No,
you would be the expendable person that's going to fill it with the radioactive material.
Oh, for the love of God, man.
Gotcha. All right, no. That tracks. That tracks.
No, Hydra would actually make sure that the fucking task gets done, because Mech and I will get onto 17 fucking tangents. We'll be like trying to build the parts of the reactor, and me and Mech will be in some historical debate for like 3 hours.
Hey, look, it comes apart, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You should, anybody watching my stream would be seeing the look I'm giving you on my, at least your profile picture on my preview, like as you were talking.
I can imagine.
Like, what the hell are you saying that I would keep you on track?
What the hell? I know we only tangented 17 times in one conversation.
Yeah.
Actually, pretty efficiently. I'm not gonna lie. We have a nearly reconstructed new base. We've actually managed to explore the caves and without, you know, trying to like zap each other with...
on things that I know how to do. So I can just go do them for you. I can't build a nuclear reactor.
But you can project organize to make sure that the things get built.
And make sure we don't blow ourselves up in the process because we've forgotten something.
In fact, Zach, that's valid. I feel like Hydra could keep us on task, though. You know what I mean? Like, you've got the kind of presence where you'd be like, I left you guys for an hour. Why is nothing constructed? And we'd just be like, oh shit, right,
I'm more
we're supposed to do
ADHD
that.
than you. The only reason this stuff is done is because I hyper-focused. And I knew how to do it.
And you don't think that you'd hyper-focus on a nuclear reactor in the garage? Come on now.
But I don't know how to do it.
No,
so
you don't, but we do. And so you would be like, no, but as we would be doing it, we would be explaining it so that you can also do the same thing. I mean, think about it. Like, what use is having the knowledge if we also don't know how to fix it? Queen, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh my god, I just turned around and saw that and was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Let's go. Queen, thank you for that gift.
We're going to be on so many freaking watch lists now.
You are awesome, dude. Oh, please. As if half the world isn't on a watch list at this moment. Hydra is now Effie and Max video is Effie and Max video game dad. Facts.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Queen. Thank you.
I used to order gunpowder through the mail, so I'm on one for sure.
You used to what? Oh, for the historical. I was like, what in the hell?
Right. So,
I'm sure they would have looked into that though.
I can order up to 50 pounds in one setting, in one shipment.
That's such a specific number.
If I was to get more than 50 pounds, I would have to break it up into 2 shipments.
So if you have cannons, does everybody just have to like break it into multiple shipments?
So the cannons only use about, we actually weren't using a ton in our cannons. Rough battle load is about a pound in a cannon. And the cannon powder is a lot different. It's a lot more coarse. It kind of has the consistency of rock salt.
Oh. See, like my autistic brain just wants to now run my fingers through it. Like, you know, you just like start playing with it.
There were some things where we were doing some stuff like dumping it on the campfire when we had a couple beers kind of thing, you know?
Mac, for the love of God. You see, like, this is why we need Hydra, because Hydra would be like, this is a bad idea.
We also may have blown up some tree stumps and things like that.
Don't count on me saying that's a bad idea, because I'd be like, I'm curious.
Right.
and I need him to back me most, he's like, actually, I'd like to blow some shit up.
We had this whole giant conversation one night about there was much drinking, much booze involved, about whether these guys were doing stupid shit with gunpowder. And back in the 1860s. And we all kind of looked at each other and went, you know they were.
Oh yeah, I mean,
they had a ready supply of it, so I'm sure there were quite a few incidents of things going awry.
I could imagine. William says we had someone at work order a pillow and she received ammunition instead. We opened it and we're like, we need to tell someone? Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, I just thought it was crazy that I could order this stuff in the mail and
that's insane.
Was to fill it, pay an extra $100 for the hazard shipment, and that was about it.
That's completely insane.
And, oh, by the way, 50 pounds is a shitload of gunpowder.
Oh my god.
Right. You could blow a pretty damn big hole with 50 pounds worth of gunpowder. So they gave me an example. The standard Civil War field cannon that you see.
Wait, hey guys. Hey guys. Wait.
What?
Wait.
What did you find?
This is kind of exciting. So I have 3 different genetic traits, 1 for bioluminescence, 1 for species, and 1 for size. What are we doing?
When we get an animal shelter, we'll start. We have the genetic synthesizer now, but we can't do anything until we have the
Crystal, thank you for the 100 bits.
Shelter.
So it's not the genetic extractor. It would be these. Would we stick them in these incubators?
We use a genetic extractor to make
those
traits, and then we put them in a genetic synthesizer to create a creature DNA.
Okay.
And then we put that creature DNA in an animal shelter. You're making mammals, but we don't have mammals
yet.
So we don't have a shelter, so we can't do it.
Okay.
I don't know why they put it. I don't know why they bring the.
I mean, I found it in a wreck
so early into. Yeah, no, but we have the genetic.
Maybe just to incentivize people, like, oh, you will get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Glow in the dark, fluffy mice.
The froggies are so cute.
I know they are.
Glow in the dark, fluffy mice would be really cute.
Glow in the dark.
This employees away. No, we must tell someone. You can't just take it, right? Let's see what we got. Yo, I like this emote actually quite a lot. Queen, thank you so much. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Who's this diva? Let's go. It's so cute and purpley. I'm actually so here for it.
Cute and purple. Have you seen the original Batman, the Michael Keaton Batmans?
I have not actually.
Oh.
I know.
So
I've only seen like. I think I only saw The Dark Knight because of Heath Ledger, to be honest with you guys. I'm pretty sure that's the whole reason my mom took me to see it.
There's a scene in one of the originals where she's drooling all over the Joker because she's playing along into his game. Joker, who's Jack Nicholson, by the way, who's an amazing Joker. And the scene is, oh, I love purple. I
love purple. Hell yes. That is the way.
Every time you say that, that's what I think of. I think of that scene.
I do love purple.
Because I could totally see you doing that.
The fact that I just died of dehydration in the aquarium.
Dehydration in the aquarium. Why didn't you just drink the aquarium water?
You can't drink. Because you can't drink the
right, Queen, I feel the same
water.
way.
Water everywhere, not a drop to drink.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Hang on. I've done it. To survive. Hang on, let me see this.
You're as bad as the cat. He would rather drink the nasty plant water than drink his filtered water fountain water.
Oh yeah, they don't actually let you drink it. That's crazy.
No, it's not considered a water source.
And yet I can drink from the frog pond outside? That's like the most confused. Did you really take the fucking stairs?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I never deconstructed them.
Mac, where are you?
Did you deconstruct the ladder in the base?
He's right there. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
From your scene, all I can see is you two looking out the window at me. Okay, where'd it go? Oh, there he goes. Okay, I know Farry was carrying around a piece of stairs with a.
No, I unstuck myself out of the base, and
I was wondering how you got out so fast. I was like, "Damn, bro, ran like the wind."
I just spent F4 to take myself out of the room and jump down.
Early access cheats.
And Queen, I feel the same way, dude. Thank you so much.
So that way, if you you don't kill yourself by accidentally like being in a base with a full inventory, and you take off your only door, and the materials drop outside, kind of thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
especially if people prank you and put you in a box. You know?
Yeah,
like you're AFK and someone traps you.
No comment on that one.
Can't imagine who would ever do such a heinous act.
Mm-hmm. No comment. You guys haven't played Conan with me, obviously.
Oh god, we're gonna have so much fun. Hydra, Conan's one that you have to get if you don't already have it.
Yes.
I'll think about it.
It's
we
an awesome
need you in Conan. You are going to be laughing so hard. Thank you, Queen.
Yes.
Listen, we're gonna have such a good time. Group Conan is gonna be hilarious because I can't wait to see who all meets and congregates with whom and builds bases together and what you guys come up with and explore and run around. I mean, especially too, Hydra, if you can get it on like Humble Bundle or something, it's definitely worth it because it's such a fun game to play with friends where everybody just wiles out. You know, you can do anything you want building wise. The sky's kind of the limit.
You'll enter the box into chaos.
Oh my god. You know how can I just explain how life affirming it was to realize that my ex was an ARC PvPer for real from the fact that he was building boxes and this was a canonical event in my life.
That's all.
Because the first thing that I said when I saw them is I was like, why are you only building boxes?
Because you can lose the box and not have to worry. Give a shit.
So I turned it into a mansion. Conan is crossplay, Crystal. I have to see about the servers if the servers allow for crossplay. The thing is that when you get a private server, sometimes they have crossplay and sometimes they don't. I need to see. Because depending, I don't know if it's like an additional feature.
Yeah, let me know well, I don't know much about the digital servers, but I could definitely, I definitely know how the game works, so I can do stuff in game if needed.
Absolutely. Basically what I want to make sure is that we can get as many people as possible confirmed and in this thing and having fun and playing. Like, once we have the confirmation, we're set to roll.
Last check,
just a matter
I had
of
over 1,000 hours in Conan, so...
God, it's so fun.
Definitely played it.
We're gonna bully Hydra into getting it. I believe in us.
Eventually, yeah.
I believe in my powers of bullying. I have the game on my Xbox and I would love to be able to join. Absolutely, Crystal.
Okay.
Let me, because I know
Xbox may not be a bad thing because they load a lot faster.
That's true. They do.
And you won't be able to, you'll be able to compete with us with our higher end computers and won't have to deal with crashing everything when we build our giant monstrosities.
It's true.
So when
we say that word with great affection for the monstrosities that are happening. Yeah, I know. I was going to say, so we build Mordor.
Right. When we build the Black Gate or Power Deer or whatever, you won't have
and if Hydra joins, he can scare me randomly. It's true. And if Ghost joins, which I feel like the only way that we could sell Ghost on joining us is if we literally are just like, yeah, we turn down the hunger and thirst mechanic. You can just go ham and just do whatever. Then he'll be like, ah, yes.
Now we need to get Queen to join too.
Oh yes, that would be fantastic. Let's get the whole freaking community in.
Queen. I know you stream, or at least did stream at some point.
This is the creepiest fucking interlude.
No, I read the profile. I always
look at fucking amazing. Profiles. Yes, Queen, join us. Like, join not Mech going on what sounds like a villain.
One of us.
One of us. We shall influence you.
Join us. Yes.
I was like, Mech, what in the villain reveal? I straight up thought that this man was about to be like, I found you on Facebook or something. I was going to be like, sir, what in the name of God? I read everybody's
Twitch files. That's one of the first things I do if somebody new comes in the Twitch pro. I read their whatever Twitch profile they have. It's like, once a mod, always a mod.
Concerned.
Once a mod, always a mod. And that goes for the Discord stuff.
No, I do similar things with if I
listen, that stuff isn't creepy. That's normal.
Community,
with the Discord stuff too. It's the same thing.
I still have mod
instincts that kick in. Yeah.
With chat, it's like I'm not a mod. I haven't been a mod for months.
And I haven't either, right? And it's the same thing, but you know, it's just kind of, oh yeah, hey, what is this person? You know.
Join the dark side. I make cookies for them, bro. Y'all are gonna get me so hungry. I have got... Y'all are about to see such a health journey in the next couple months for me because I have to be on one. Has he seen me shaking my butt yet? Yeah. Listen. Listen, we gotta save something for the tier 3 subs. Yo, yeah. Queen, I love that though. Wait, is that you in a onesie? That's perfect. Right. I listen to his voice and keep hearing Guilfoyle. Now it's starting to become more real.
Oh boy.
This is why we need community coding, because the chaos of all of us in one fucking place is gonna be so immense. Oh my god, Hydra, I would love to get Llama to join us in the community coding. She doesn't even have to be live while she plays.
That's not her game. That's not her game at all. No.
I feel you.
No.
She's not a survival gamer. Like, that's,
I don't know. She did really well with Subnautica.
No interest in Don't Starve. Like, just not her thing at all.
Fair. I'm eating barbecue chicken wraps and donuts for dessert. Brother, I'm on a health journey. That's me in the unicorn onesie. Oh my god, Queen, I love it. I love that you made a moving emote of it. Now awesome. You're gonna inspire me with the shark. So I have a shark onesie.
Oh boy.
That gets pulled out for special events. I do. It gets pulled out for special events.
I've seen this. The horror. No.
The horror. Please. It's a good time.
It's actually pretty damn cute.
It's really adorable. It was a gift from Auburn, actually. Now you're like inspiring me, and I'm like, you know, I might just have to. All right, I'm gonna make... What the fuck? This is actually such a fantastic way to clean up some old fish eggs.
Nachos are being made right now, so...
They're all you? Queen, these are awesome? Wait, let me see these. Yo, dude, I love this.
Oh, that's
Let's freaking go. Yeah, let me make sure too.
I like this.
I'm like, let me make sure right now that I'm following you because hello? Yo, that is sick.
Oh,
let's freaking go. Dude, now you got me inspired.
Every time I see your name, Killer, I'm always inspired by the Queen song, Killer Queen.
Hell yes. Hey, I'm actually eating something today, so I'm being healthy too.
Gunfire.
What happened?
I too just followed Killer Queen.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, how was I not following you?
I thought I already was.
Moment? I know. I'm like, wait, this is spooky. Queen, I love those though. I love that style of emote. I need to like, I want to diversify. I'm not streaming at the minute, but I really want to get back into it. It's just not the right time yet. I feel that, Queen. That's one thing about the scene that I will say is like, I feel like all of us who've ever been in it know, like there's moments where you're like, I can invest in this. And then there's other moments where you're like, I gotta step the hell out.
And if it's not something that you're making your living on, like, honestly, don't pressure yourself to...
Right.
Like, if you...
I don't stream at all. Even though I'm developing quite the fan club, it seems.
Queen, we love you. We're going to support you so hard when you're back. I hope you guys are ready.
Yeah. But yeah, streaming's just not my thing. Fancy fish eggs. They're,
it can be a lot.
Fishy fish eggs. And that's one of the reasons I didn't really want to do it, is I kind of like to be able to fade into obscurity at times.
It does come in handy.
And,
I am Crystal. I am bullying you into streaming. You are so much freaking fun in Repo. I was dying with Crystal. Oh my god.
Me? Voice actor? God, no.
Yes, you. You could be a voice actor.
I'm also.
Oh my god, Hydra and Mac, both of you should go into it.
I don't. I might go into audiobook narrating.
Yes, that is relaxing.
Give that a shot.
It was the time before time.
Hydra, you have the perfect voice for that. I'm really excited. Let me know what you narrate, because I'm going to listen to it.
It was a dark and stormy night on a beautiful
I gotta get used to it. Well, the thing is, for me to do it, I need to set up a really good studio. Like, if I'm actually gonna do it.
Yeah, like, I mean, you guys almost never hear my audiobook voice. Like, I'll put it on now because it's actually my normal speaking voice and the voice that I use for science, which is very different than the nasally voice that I use, like, you know, online, because you can obviously hear that the vocal register is completely different. But
she blinded me.
She means like when speaking at like scientific conferences and such. I'm guessing.
when speaking at like a normal tone for like if you were in the room with me right now, like this is how I would be talking. It's one of those things where I think when you get into audiobook narration, the biggest thing is being able to get into different characters is the most fulfilling thing. Like that's the most fulfilling part of it, and it's also the most challenging part.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I need to be able to. I need to start practicing voices.
Oh my god, I can.
The way
it works.
And accents.
Okay, I have a book series for you on audiobook if you want a case study that will, I think, be enormously helpful because he's amazing, and every single person that I show this showcase to is like, thank you, this is one of the best narrators out there, is Ralph Kochum and Robert Bathurst, who narrated the Chief Inspector Armand Gamache series from Louise Penny. They're a detective series, they're really addictive books, they have great characters. By the way, for my whole audience, if you're having a bad mental health day, look me in my eyes, fire up the Chief Inspector, thank me later. That book series will single-handedly pull you out of a bad place, no matter how bad your day is.
Alright, ladies and gents, and short of others, is currently dinner time. I'm going to go
have a good dinner, Mac. Ooh, have a good time with nachos. I'm actually super jealous.
Homemade nachos.
Enjoy. We'll see you after.
Yeah, I'll probably stick my head back in the chat.
Hell yeah. See you in a few, dude. Have a good dinner.
I'm going around looking for frog eggs right now. Actually, wait. We can make frog eggs. Why am I... What does it take to make frog eggs?
It's okay. I do that occasionally, too. Britta has an emote called
I'm
Party
like, wait a
Hips, and my
second. I
best friend
haven't
who
actually looked
streams
at what
made
it
us do
takes to
Party
make frog
Hips.
eggs, and all I'm going to find are generics, most likely, so...
Queen, I love that. I love that she was straight up like, I want my bestie on screen as a celebration. Like, yes. This is the energy, yes. I love how the Italian hand came out there. I don't even know what the Italian hand was doing out in that context, but you know, whatever. My Italian hand just has a mind of its own. Some days gotta be like that. I don't know. But, no, Hydra, definitely. Robert Bathurst and Ralph Kochum, you will be obsessed with both. They have a really comforting presence, but the way that they do, especially female voices, is really nice. There's like there's just a very subtle softening that's happening at the back of the palette that I feel like it's kind of the best place to start, right? Because you want to be able to do a range of different genders, a range of different ages, a range of different backgrounds. And really, there's such a variety of characters in that series that when you hear the different voices that he's doing, I think it's going to give you a lot of like really good inspiration. It's one of those series that like every now and then I think about narrating audiobooks because I'm like very into listening to them. So like, you know, you work with stuff that you love. And whenever I like think about this, I immediately go into this place where I'm like, yes, this is the elite tier. She has her brother too and another one of our friends. Oh my god, Queen, this is perfect. The Italian hand train starts now. Let's go. Everyone in chat, you all have the Italian bone hand. Chastise me as I look for this water cave again. The chastisement begins.
Oh, phytoplankton C and tier 4 mutagen. That's why I'm not picking up frog eggs. Because it requires a tier 4 mutagen, which is something that we're struggling to make consistently, I think.
Yeah, why are we struggling with that?
Well, because we were so far behind on water and everything, so.
You know, that actually makes sense. I wasn't even thinking about the water collection for the crafting process, you know?
But I quintupled our water supply, so.
Okay, so here's this.
Let's see how long that lasts.
And the other one's gonna be this. It turns into an emote, yeah, but her brother has and the other friend? Yo. Queen, I love this so much.
Oh, there's more frog eggs.
Dude, that's freaking hilarious. All right, that's it. We gotta get a onesie dancing emote. We have to join this party. This looks like this is a party. Also, girl, I just have to say, you have the best range of motion in this set of emotes. I'm just saying. And this is coming from somebody who belly dances, so like, take that with a grain of salt, but like, good range of motion on them hips. If you do yoga, the yoga is yogaing. Yeah, I went for it. Yeah, but dude, oh my god. Do you know that the hips are the #1 thing? They're trying to get people to stretch their hips. I mean, you would genuinely think that you were asking people to break their own leg. I'm like, y'all, please. It makes your life so much better to stretch your hips. Your lower back will thank you. Your hamstrings will thank you. Everything will thank you.
Yep.
I love how Phoenix was like, yes, chastise. Stretch damn hips. I wanted my tail to swing? Hell yes. I gotta see if the shark onesie, I think I still have the tail on it. Man, I haven't worn that since my little boy Raja was still alive. Rip, buddy. Been missing him. Don't you have one with the shark emote? I don't have the shark onesie emote. But that will have to be a thing. I think we need a dancing onesie emote. I think that just has to happen. You can make it bigger. Oh my god, let's go. Let's freaking go. Dude, what's nice about it too is that you got just the perfect sequencing on it. Yo, Queen, I love that. Oh my god, that emote came out so clean too. I love it. Animated emotes, dude, are not easy to make. I would know because my bestie has made emotes for folks and I'm just like, girl, I don't know how the hell you do this. Like, it's a talent. Also, can I just say I love the colors of the onesie? Phoenix, I thought that was a Labubu emote and I kept on thinking that Labubu was short for lobotomy. Do you guys understand how many jokes that I have made about Labubu without knowing? No, the frame rate was hard, dude. The frame rate had to be crazy. I was out here making Labubu jokes, Hydra, fully convinced that it was lobotomy. Short for lobotomy. I was like, oh, you know, like Delulu.
I'm not sure. I've never heard it before, so I don't know what it's actually supposed to be. But
oh god, do you not know the Labubu craze?
No.
You need to Google that immediately because I need to hear your response live. The world needs to hear this. Just Google Labubu. I have been losing my mind about it. Had to remove some frames without losing the motion. Oh my god, girl, right? And especially trying to compress them.
Labubu?
Yes. Okay. I feel like his brain's gonna explode.
Oh, okay.
I know.
It's okay, it's freaking
it's just the ugliest thing you've ever seen in your life that people are sticking on purses. It's like
one of those dolls that nobody opens. The big head dolls that
like the troll dolls?
No, like they're like made after anime characters, big head, big like little plastic dolls that nobody opens the boxes for. Funko. Yeah, it's Funkos all over again.
Nobody opens the box. Oh.
Nobody opens a Funko because it's more valuable if you don't open it, and because they're very well. The box is very well made to be stackable and everything. People are just like, oh, and here's my Funko collection, just never opened.
Oh, I open up all mine. I'm one of those people that's like, no, absolutely not. It's a little sculpture. It's meant to be displayed. During my unicorn onesie. Wait, I'm so excited. So how early do we think is too early in the morning to be using air wrenches? Girl, that's so cute. Dude, she did a really good job. Beanie Babies 2.0, yeah, but for rich people. That's like the subtext, is that everybody wants a Labubu and they cost anywhere from like $20 to $300. Which I know, even as I say that statistic, I'm like, god damn. Yes, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in as I'm talking about Labubu. Queen, I absolutely love these emotes. Dude, you guys have got some serious talent. Labubu just baffles me. I mean, like, so here's the thing. I really like the creepy critters, like dolls and stuff, when people were like making the mental illness dolls and all that business, because that was kind of cool. But I'm gonna be so serious when I say this. I have never understood the whole like spend $300 on a status symbol for my purse thing. That is not how I roll. And no shame, by the way, to anybody who does roll that way. It's just not me. I'm one of those folks that's like, 9 a.m., 8 a.m. would be a wreck. How early is too early to start using air wrenches? I would say anything before 9. Go on business hours, 9 to 5 at least. That way you have an out. That she's already following you! Oh my god! Thank you, Queen. That's so awesome. Excuse me, wait, this is fantastic. Let's freaking go. I love it when things like this happen. Wait, I'm having such like a, you know, like the Wicked song Popular? I'm having that song kind of a moment.
Gonna be
popular. That's how I feel hearing that. I'm just like, really? Wait, I'm nerding so hard right now. Let's freaking go. No, you guys have no idea how much that stuff blesses me. Like, especially too, and it's so funny, like, it's like whenever anybody's like, so when the fat died off, my buddies and I went and collected a pile of Furby and used them for shotgun targets. Well, come to find out, some are quite valuable, so we probably turned a few hundred into plastic and stuffing bits. Oh dear. Oh, Mac. Oh no. Not you just throwing away easy money. Oh, Mac. not the absolute L of that. Believe it or not, I'm still looking for this motherfucking area.
What area are you looking for?
Oh, it's just the Atlantis area. Saved us from a gremlin invasion though, so silver lining. Furbies are cute and evil. People were tossing them out in crates. Furbies are both cute and evil and definitely demonically possessed, but that's my own testimony to talk about. It's like, you know, people get really scared of haunted dolls, and I'm like, why? It's just a doll, dude. And they're like, no, there's an entity inside the doll. I'm like, are you unfriendly? And they're like, what do you mean by that? I'm like, are you unfriendly? Because she follows, you know, that's actually very possible, Queen. I do have to say, I do like the Twitch algorithm for that. Because it'll just be like, oh yeah. It'll be like, surprise! Surprise, surprise! But no, so, the whole thing is with haunted dolls, and I've always felt this way about them, is I'm like, well, even if there is an entity, I'm just gonna be friendly and see what comes of it. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's absolutely going diabolically, I see no reason to be, like, rude or something. And come to find out that folks really don't like that answer. They're like, what do you mean you're friendly to the haunted doll? I'm like, I mean, I'm cool with the haunted doll, man. I don't know. I'm not trying to have no beef with Annabelle, you know? Like, listen, she burned down that whole plantation to the studs. And when they put out the fire, she was like, oh, you mean to tell me that it didn't burn all the way down? Right, well, let me relight that fire. And then she proceeded to burn it down further. So obviously Annabelle is chill as hell, because we all know that those plantations are, rough. I have a phobia of dolls, like certain types of, yeah, the porcelain dolls. I know exactly the type that you mean, Crystal. The porcelain dolls with the blinking eyes that give every single person in the world the just inherent heebie-jeebies, because everyone is like, what the hell am I looking at right now?
Okay.
As of writing in March 2024, cross-platform is not available for Conan Exiles. Funcom has continued releasing plenty of new content along with routine updates, but it appears that cross-platform might not be coming anytime soon. What? Wait, they don't have cross-platform for Conan?
Effie, you're looking for that underwater.
Yeah, I'm like right next to it. I know that. I'm close because it's in the waterfall land. Oh, actually, I just found it. We're good. Ow!
Okay, I was gonna say it's off the side of the crater. So.
What in the glitchy shit is happening here? And the older ventriloquist dolls, those are rough. Oh fuck! Hang on, everybody, hang on to your butts. It's cross-region, but can't find anything. Yeah, I don't know what's going on because supposedly it had crossplay. That's such a bummer to find out if it really doesn't. Because it did. Because I feel like Mech is not going to steer us wrong with that, you know?
Not intentional anyway.
For a long time. So what the heck is that update then, Mech? That's so weird. I should have brought oxygen tanks. That would have been an intelligent move on my part. Oh well, you all just get to hear me swear it again. God damn it, and I got turned around. Alright, hang on. I played too much Subnautica not to be paranoid. The minute I get turned around in an underwater thing, I'm just like, back to the surface, try again.
Yep.
Yeah, Conan's not bad on the multi-regions. It's just, I think one of the things is with Conan is that it's all about just like how well that you can be amused by like building and just chilling. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the vibes of the game. It's not really a game that's very oriented towards like a dramatic plot. Like it's not like you're gonna get cutscenes or anything. It's mostly about just running around and running wild. And yeah, I wanted to get out early and do car stuff before it got too hot out tomorrow. I could see that. I mean, I feel like, so if you had to do it at 8 a.m., that's not the end of the world. Just don't be out here doing something at like 6 a.m. in the morning, you know? That's gonna definitely not have you in friendly territory with neighbors and stuff.
All right.
I can't believe I just found this shit on my own.
I was actually quite surprised that you did.
It has crossplay for different gens of consoles, but not PC. God damn it. I'm not good at it, but it's always fun to try. That's what I'm saying. That's how I feel about Repo. Oh. I am atrocious at Repo. I try.
I found a random golden crate.
Hell yes. Oh my god, I found the whole Atlantean. Oh my god. Oh Jesus God. The stakes are high. The stakes are high. I see the surface. Oh my god, I'm just about here. May not go over well at 6 in the morning, yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Crystal. I accidentally ran into Crystal and destroyed her first item ever in Repo. She's never gonna forgive me for this. I'm just literally like, this is going to exist as lore on this channel for all of time.
You're gonna love this.
What?
I was watching a streamer friend of mine play Repo, and she was hiding from the hunter, so I sent the moist jump scare where he goes,
oh my god, did it play? Brother, you annihilated her.
Yes. She screamed, and then he fired the gun, and she screamed again.
The Crystal Computer Fund, yes.
And she was, unbeknownst to me, she was the last one alive.
Oh no. Oh no. And there she went.
I had just walked into the stream.
Just leave before the inevitable, to leave destruction behind our loved ones who think that fate is greater than choice. If you want to join us, use this chip to find the 10 hidden keys we left behind. Okay. Reason I got a PC for how many games you can access? Agreed, Queen. And yes, we need to do the, oh my god, I got golden frog eggs?
Yep.
Yay! And yes, we need to do the Crystal PC fund, and then we also need to do the me and a new GPU fund. PC Master Race. I'm actually in the market, like, so I am saving up for a new GPU. I do think that it's going to be something that will be great for my current processor. I basically would like to get us into something where we can play a little bit more of the newer gen stuff coming out. So we have stuff like Dawnwalker coming out, and eventually when The Witcher 4 does release, we will play it, even though I'm gonna warn you guys right now that if I get angry at it, I get angry at it. We will play it anyway because, well, it's The Witcher.
Angry at it in lore or in game, like mechanics? Mostly
lore. I think lore is the only thing I'm actually going to wind up being angry at. Console's great for optimization on games, but you're limited. That's what I'm saying, Queen, because like my other option is that I would get a PS5 and just hook it up to my existing PC and just stream it from that, which, like, you know, I think when we get there, we'll know more or less. 3000 series GPU.
What is our destiny?
I have got
we believe that we can survive, that we can find another place and build a new colony once again. Just as we did long ago, we can do again. Our sisters, brothers, mothers, fathers, peers, we are sorry.
I've got a Radeon 6650, which is the one model that you don't hear a whole lot about. Ooh, you found another one?
Yeah.
That's what oh god, reading. I thought I got trapped in the water. It was almost rough. Doesn't get used a lot now, though. I mean, listen, I get it. The nice thing is, though, Queen, is that when you're ready to stream again, you can just hook that right up to your PC and stream the games from the PC. Hydra needs to bedtime story stream. That is a cool idea. I would actually love that.
Actually, one of the thing is, one thing I've actually contemplated is actually getting into being an audiobook narrator for spicy books, because I feel like that's a market that's dominated by women.
Yes, it is.
And female narrators.
Yes, it is. You have to do this.
I have actually asked a couple friends that are like spicy audiobooks, and they're like, honestly, I would be interested in finding out, like, particularly if it's a guy's point of view story.
Yes.
Or at least a section that's the guy's point of view, having a male voice. Like, yeah, women can do a good, convincing
Crystal Williams, dialogue, I know the Queen's already on board for this. Spicy Hydra when? Spicy Hydra when is the dominant question here.
Honestly, give me excerpts to practice. Like, we'll start with non-explicit scenes. So that way it's stuff I can do on stream. I can, like,
that goes, oh, Hydra, you would have women lining up on the street.
If there's a demand for this, I will live stream, and I will record myself recording the audio if I can get. The other
Hydra,
thing is, I need
you're not ready. In the year of our Lord Pride Month, Mech goes, oh, Hydra, you would have women lining up out the street. I'm fucking gone. That's my favorite response. Let's go. Happy Pride Month, y'all.
I think that's all that's here. I don't think there's much
Mech
more.
says, maybe I'm in the wrong line of work. Honestly, Mech and Hydra, both of you guys, and Hydra, this is a genius idea, because the thing is that I think for those sections, it would actually be better to have men reading them. I'm not kidding. Like, it's one of these things where when you're listening to an audiobook, the more immersion you can have, the better.
Honestly, some of my favorite, like, I'm a big Wheel of Time fan. Like, I recognize Robert Jordan, like, it's one of my favorite series. Robert Jordan had, like, as I got older and everything, I recognized a couple issues with it that I wish he had been a little bit less focused on, kind of thing.
Like the love triangle nonsense?
Well, I don't mind the love triangle stuff. Like, I'm poly. I don't mind that there's that aspect to it, especially because it was never a toxic thing like you find in rom-coms. Oh, I forgot that there's this underwater base of one of the survivors that you pass by while you're swimming in this channel. Did you notice that?
I probably didn't. Hang on.
You probably swam under. Yeah, no.
If you read open source stories, would that be an easy way to get started? Thinking licensing wise, plus it's more niche. You know, that's a good idea, Williams.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea. I like that a lot, actually. Phoenix says, if I hear daddy or baby girl from either of you, I'm ghosting you for the rest of June. You know? Fair.
I will only use those things in a
consensual manner.
Yeah, no. Well, no, I was like, Evie, behind you, up here.
Yes, I know. I'm getting oxygen. Hang on. I'm gonna approach from this end and then get oxygen and swim inside of it.
Oh, because yeah, it's a shorter swim.
Because I have the golden frog eggs. Yeah, I have the golden frog eggs on me, and I'm basically like, we're not dying and losing those.
I have a pair as well. So.
And my whole audience, as one said, a pair of what? Because we're off the topic. Crystal says, I will start listening to audiobooks if Hydra and Mech start doing that. Hell yes. We support our friends. I'll literally have them on repeat all day.
I will find some things to record.
Yeah, and Crystal's saying that she has a huge library of romance books if you want to, like, start there, you know? Background music. Well, listen, my big thing is that even though I'm not somebody who's so, like, I don't know, I have such like a lukewarm opinion of the and you guys know how I feel. Like, I'm one of those people where you can never just be a lukewarm hater of anything. You gotta like be passionate about the stuff that you're passionate about, or passionate about the stuff that you're not into. Freaky folklore, dude, so good.
Later. Oh, microchips.
But I'm one of those folks who will always support my friends. Like, I've got friends who are in like the Raven festival scene, and even though I've never been to one and don't really have like interest in that, particularly for me,
we gotta swim.
I'm a huge fan of supporting them. Spotify, Freaky Folklore, great podcast. I'll check that out. Although I refuse to use Spotify. That is one thing about me, is that I am a big believer in still getting as much as I can. If I can't have the digital download, or I can't have like a vinyl or an album, I want to have something that supports the artist more than streams. Because music streams to me are just so, like, the whole Spotify model and now what it's doing to indie artists where it no longer recommends them completely turned me off of Spotify, because I was like, no, this was the only thing I liked this platform for, was music discovery. And then they pulled that.
Yeah.
And I can never forgive them now. Ooh, that's a good idea, Williams. Could also narrate background lore for video game series, thinking of areas with hobby crossover. Facts. Background lore would be awesome. Especially too, like, taking on a lot of what I think Vati Vidya has done for the Souls games. Because Vati has one of those voices that's so recognizable across the whole internet that, like, for any of you guys that are Souls fans, I feel like the minute I say Vati Vidya, it's just like everybody immediately is just like, God, yeah.
Somebody forgot to put a supply order on one of the water life collectors.
What happened?
The life water collector you put in the crater.
Oh,
you didn't
yeah.
Put a supply.
It's because I already got the eggs from it, I do believe. Let me see.
Well, but they keep generating.
What do you mean?
So they keep generating more and more eggs randomly. Like, it's not just one.
Okay.
So I just picked up 3 more.
I have 7 of his in a separate playlist for each game. I love Vati and Vati's work. Vati is a really cool guy. I really like too that he has a very normal family life and a very normal background outside of his YouTube success. He's just like, and I've seen him stream and like I've seen him interact with like his kid on stream. He just seems like a very normal guy who's just very invested in the Soulsborne games, which I have to say, like, so the Soulsborne games, like, you know how we were talking about how different games have different audiences and different fans that like resonate differently with us? One thing that I will say is that with the Soulsborne games, as much as I love playing them, I don't love a lot of the toxicity in the community. Vati, I feel like, is somebody who is so just universally likable and chill. Yeah. He's just so calming to put on in the background that no matter what you're doing in your day, like even if you're just having a day or whatever and you just want some lore videos to just like zone out to, you could watch his stuff with absolutely no context, and he's really a brilliant storyteller. But I love this idea of Williams, that you might also consider doing some stuff like that, Hydra. That could be very cool. Especially too because like with anything that's created by Miyazaki, or I feel like any of the Silent Hill games as well, the lore is very twisting, so it's a really, really great frontier to just riff for hours. Especially about stuff like the philosophy behind it and like the little like hidden references to other horror, to other pop culture references. Like sometimes people don't be knowing. But yeah, believe it or not, back when I was in the lab, that's like what I'd listen to all day. So I would listen to ESO, so Danny at ESO. If you guys know him, he used to do a lot of like Skyrim content and Kingdom Come Deliverance content, and he's just like a general fantasy nerdy gamer. Then
my lore guys are Fudge Muppet.
Oh, Fudge Muppet's great. Fudge Muppet is really great. Yeah.
Elder Scrolls Fudge Muppet, like.
Also, the Epic Nate and his like things you didn't know about videos were always amazing. Big shout out to the Epic Nate, who is really cool. He would make these like compilation lists of obscure things in Skyrim, and I would just put them on and just, you know, learn a thing. It was just amazing for data analysis. I'd be sitting there like crunching through data with these videos on in the background, and they were just the most soothing thing. Welcome back, Mech.
Hello.
But yeah, honestly, if I didn't start streaming, I probably would not be getting anywhere near approaching this idea of like, oh, maybe I could do audiobook narration, because
100%
streaming, I 5 years ago on average I did not sound like this, not at all. I talked like this a lot more. Like, this is what I mostly sounded like
up in your vocal registry streaming. Yeah,
because this is my customer service voice and I hate it. But
it's like, hi, my name is Hydra.
This was not welcoming on the phone kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. So, especially too as you unmask more. Like, I think one thing that's been really interesting is I think because I had the grumpy lady job of being able to be a scientist, and it's an enormous privilege to have been able to do this at all. It's like I got so used to being in a tower basically working by myself that I never, like, so beyond working in the salon, I never really had to pull out the customer service voice in science, because it would have actually gotten me less respected as a woman. So it's one of those interesting things where now, like, when I look back, I'm just like, hee hee. I'm actually kind of glad that I got used to my like norm before I ever got into this, you know, like it was one of those things where I never predicted that I would ever get into. New blueprint received the warden key detector. Flips between voices. I want a manager. Deeper voice comes on. Do you know one hack in customer service? And I'm just saying that, like, this is for entertainment purposes only, so nobody sue me. But one of the best tricks is that if somebody's like, I want to speak to a manager, and you're only on the phone, you can literally just change your voice and be like, hi, this is Kathy.
Take a second and
yeah, you're just like, you compose yourself, be like, hello, ma'am, this is Kathy. How can I help you today?
Kevin.
Then you just so completely like,
oh, you want to talk to the manager? Okay.
My name is Peggy. How may I help you today?
My name is Peggy.
This is Kevin. How can I help you?
Exactly. You just completely switch the vibe on them, and then they're just like, oh, okay. Because 9 times out of 10, they're not going to call your bluff. And it's like, if they're in a situation where they want to talk to the manager, they already figured that they're going to be in deep shit. It's so funny.
You want manager? I am manager.
Oh my god, no, wait, I have to tell you guys, my favorite customer service lady happened today. Are you guys ready for the story stream? Buckle in. Everybody buckle in. This woman's like, I need to talk to somebody higher than you. This is about an overdraft fee in a bank. This woman literally goes, ma'am, the only person higher than me is God. Like, I am the supervisor. You are talking to the highest person that you can get. She's like, no, ma'am, I want to talk to somebody higher. And then she's like, all right, fine. Lord God, I ask you to take my customer. She starts straight up praying and being like, I ask you to take this customer in God's holy name. You know, you help her understand, because she has no sense. She can't even see what the hell that she's asking for. Literally. Yeah. And then hangs up on her, which was my favorite ending to the story. Is that she literally was
lady, if that were me, I'd be like, lady, the only time you're going to speak to a higher authority than me on this is at the pearly gates.
That is verbatim what she said, and then she hung up on this woman, and it was my favorite thing. She was really like, Lord God, I ask you to take my customer who has no sense and help her to see sense. In Jesus' name, amen, and hung up the phone on her. And I was like, I think this is the best customer service call of my entire life. Give her all the employee awards. I was like, not her straight up praying in the spirit and then releasing the customer.
Praise the Lord, hallelujah.
I was losing it. I was like, this is actually my favorite thing that's ever happened. Because what the fuck? Make her CEO, I know. She has the right going. I was dying.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's pretty epic, I have to admit.
I was so happy. I was like, I think this is Christmas. Everybody, my mom was just like, were you watching? And I was like, you're not prepared for this. I was like, this woman was not prepared for this. Nobody was actually prepared for this at all. What did we use solar quartz on, and do we have another piece of it?
Probably, no, it's gonna be something we have to go get.
So this is for Phoenix, by the way. Daddy is a state of mind, and I'm your daddy.
What the fuck is happening right now? Same thing as what the fuck just happened? What? What?
I don't know.
Well, he said if somebody called him daddy, we would vanish and ghost us for a month, right? Well, there you go. Actually,
many questions are running through my mind in this moment.
That was a thing for
right.
Pedro Pascal said. A friend had that as a Pedro Pascal saying that in a redeem on her Twitch, because she's like obsessed with Pedro Pascal.
That like broke my brain. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Oh my god, Pedro Pascal. I have to tell you guys though, it's just amazing me that I'm like, guys, Pedro's not even giving the energy where he's like interested in all of this attention. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I think he's great. I think that's one of the things I love about him is he's so humble about everything too.
I know, he just
Quick
like
question.
takes it in stride.
Can we take the energy multipliers out of this optimizer and still have...
Let's find out.
Yes.
Nope.
Okay. Nope.
What in the glitchy shit?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, so I can take one. I need... And is that the only energy fuse we have? Or only 3 energy fuses we have? Okay.
I'm almost in tears from laughing too hard. He straight up broke my brain. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? Oh my god,
ladies,
but nothing is gonna be... What?
Late night call. Ladies, I draw the line at late night chats, by the way. Anything after 10:30, I'm not going to answer because I'm going to be crashed.
I anticipate my audience.
Quartz crafting station. Okay, we need a quartz crafting station in order to get it. All right, so.
Listen, I'll have a 16 tier. Hang on. It's after the watershed, I think. All should be well.
What does Mech say next? Redeem or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, here we go.
have Mech read this.
Yeah, exactly. Have you both read passages. And even funnier would be to each other. When you made that comment about Hydra, I was like, well, happy Pride Month, everyone.
Oh no, I think all the women would be going after him if he did that.
I mean, listen.
Both have that issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, the chat was also saying the same about you, so you guys both go into it.
We would both have that problem. That's why I said it. I draw the line at 10:30, ladies.
Might kill me off, right, Queen? It's gonna be really funny. We're all just gonna be like vibing, and then none of us are gonna be able to stop laughing. It's gonna be like, honestly, you guys just wait till I bring out my evangelical background with people talking in tongues. And the fact that my dad still to this day will dedicatedly go into tongues. And I'm just literally like, Dad, that's French, that's not tongues. Y'all just wait for my family stories.
I can do accents fairly well. It's just one of the things I have. So we always have the Lord's chicken here. And it's KFC.
The Lord's chicken and it's KFC.
The
Let's
Lord.
go.
No, you need
the Lord's chicken. First day complete. Things went pretty well. Ayla, congratulations. Let's go.
Alright.
Yeah, congrats,
The
bud.
Lord's chicken.
As I said, you have to say it in a southern accent. I do declare, this is the Lord's chicken.
Listen, it kills me. It kills me every single time. One thing I will tell y'all though.
Sorry, boy, continue.
Well, thank you for the tier 1 and the 21 months, bro. We're going on 2 years. Can you believe it? It's kind of hard to believe. It's kind of hard to believe, honestly. My pigeon impression for you when we do that, and that will kill you off. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. It will strike me dead. I love how y'all can see that I agree. You can see how Italian I am because my hand movements extend to the fucking mouse as I'm nodding. Has anybody else noticed this? I'm like nodding and I'm like, yes.
That's what my father said last time he was in Italy. He was in Gaeta a couple years ago for visiting a ship. And he said the Italians now all talk with their hands on their cell phones, drive like they've stolen something, and yeah, just generally chaos because they're driving while talking on their cell phones with their hands.
Oh yes, and screaming the whole time.
And screaming, yes.
I have to look at people in game while talking to them. Queen says yes, that too. But no, Mech, you're not wrong. It's very insane.
Most chaotic thing you'd ever seen.
And then you should see us mad. Oh, it's beautiful. And hey, like, I'm so glad that he was chill, dude. Like, that's what we need more of, is bosses just being chill.
Oh yeah, no, I just said there's a reason I've been at my boss job for 12 years. I mean, my boss and I are awesome, get together awesome.
Right.
We both think the same way, and you know, we'll be looking at a problem and we'll both look at each other and go, "Oh, duh, why didn't we think of that at the same time?"
And then all of a sudden it clicks and you realize.
Right. Yeah, we both do, and it's like, oh, well, we should have thought of it.
Okay.
And I feel the same way, Queen. I love that I actually get excited and then y'all just see like this on the screen. It's just like, how Italian is she that my hands start going before I do?
She's very Italian. Effie is very Italian.
I am. I've got all the traits. It's really funny too because I tried to like deny this part of my life for so many years.
You have an uncle named Vino?
Oh my god, worse. I have like, okay, so first of all, it's not do I have an uncle? It's how many fucking uncles do I have? I have like 14 uncles. I'm not even exaggerating when I give you that figure. It's literally 14 uncles, and that's on one side of the family.
Well.
And then another 2 on my mom's. Because they were modest.
Alright, who wants to go explore a wreck while we're...
Hang on, I do. Let me just build the thing for the tablets.
I
got a second round interview with a different company.
Alright.
I pay at least 50% more than the one I have now. Even if I don't land that one, I have this one. That's a good feeling. Amen, A-leg. That is the whole vibe. No, do pigeons over there sound the same as in the UK? You know?
That's
I'm
a good
curious.
question. I mean, they kind of coo like doves do, as far as I know. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of pigeons around my part of the world.
I'll tell you what, if you spend any time with the mourning doves over here, they are so sweet, but they are so dumb. I love them so much.
Yeah, they're not very smart.
They need some serious Jesus.
The baby cardinals are also the same way.
When doves cry.
Good song.
Let's see. All right, Hydra, where'd you go? I have the radar thing on for the Gordon keys.
Okay. I'm going to that crash that because I don't think I've ever explored this crash. I'm going to the one that's over near the Lost Paradise that you found while you were bringing me the temple keys, the warden keys.
Oh yeah, was that the one that blew a hole in or something?
I had some explosives on me. I opened it up, but
yeah.
I have more explosives on me too if we need them.
I don't think we had enough explosives, right?
We can never have enough. Mech is just triggering songs in my brain today. Listen, that's the way. See, that's the thing. I'm excited, Queen.
Too. I do the same thing.
I'm excited because I almost think it's going to be funnier if they don't sound the same, and then we're going to be like, what the fucking hell is happening?
I do the same thing. I collect music, so, I mean, everything I think of has some... It's what you said, you've heard me before, just like randomly singing something. You'll say something and go, oh, it's, people are strange or whatever, or that kind of thing,
Oh, bro, I feel that. I feel that. I'm one of those people where when the echoalia hits, it hits hard. I have to tell you guys though, since quitting coffee, I have a lot less echoalia. I feel like you guys have been noticing that too. I've been like a lot chiller about it. I don't know. So, I don't know if I was hyperstimulated.
Start drinking coffee again because it was fun.
It'll come back.
You needed to go back to drinking coffee.
Yeah, it was fun.
It'll come back eventually. So this is the Lost Paradise, is it not?
Yeah, I want to go back here and I want to see if. Yeah, I just want to check one thing actually while I'm here. I want to see if we can find more golden larvae.
The birds I met in St. Louis were nice enough to beg for food but not snatch it. I'm guessing people found them cute. Oh my god, I always feed crows and ravens. And magpies. So I'm such a magpie enthusiast.
So I was in Washington, D.C. and had a squirrel steal a bag of chips out of my hand.
Oh no, not the chips out of the hand. Marissa, welcome in.
Not the chips.
Hello, Marissa.
I have a migraine, but we just vibing. I don't know, it's working. The green light in the background seems to be working, so like I'm just rolling with it. How are you? How was your first night back? Everybody, a round of applause for Marissa in chat, please. It was her freaking first night back at work.
Yay!
Oh. How was it getting back in that saddle?
Hell yes.
Back in the groove.
They attack? I know, they're so mean. I wish they weren't mean. They could be so cute if they just weren't mean. Hell yes, everybody. Hell yes, Marissa. I hope it went well. I hope you got all the tea too. I'm so excited. So what was the tea? Who fucked up? These are all the things we must know. Considering it was a full moon last night, it wasn't too bad, and tried doing gym more tonight and I'm exhausted. Listen, girl, that's fair. That is very fair.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them spawn in the area.
Hell yes! Oh my god, I love that dinosaur twerk emote. Let's go. That is why I slept like crap. Indeed, John. It was a horrible full moon. Okay, first of all, I'm here to validate anybody else who feels personally victimized by yesterday's full moon. Can we all just agree that whatever that fucking full moon was, it needs to go fuck back off to the other end of the galaxy? Oh, the tea was piping hot about my lead tech without my supervisor directly saying it. Hold for deets. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Girl, you always know that the minute that the person who is the giver, who is like the main contributor, when they have to call out, it all just goes to shit. But 7 AM, but don't want to leave, Queen. I appreciate you so much.
All right, I'm headed to the wreck.
Awesome. Is it the one that we found on the way here?
Yeah, it's just off to the left.
You were almost murdered because of that full moon? What happened? All right, wait. We got so much tea happening here.
Uh-oh, we have story time here, yeah.
Crystal, what do you mean? Let's not do that one anymore, right? Exactly. Whatever the hell happened with that full moon needs to get gone.
Prince song stuck in my head.
Yep, did not sleep last night. It needs a GTFO. Agreed. It was horrific.
Am I the only person that ever doesn't have any problem with that stuff? I must be.
Yes.
I must be, because I've never had a problem with full moon or not. I was outside going, oh, hey, cool, full moon. That was it. You know?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Trying to.
It was
it's picking it up instead of detonating it, and then
you have to right click it, I think.
All right, hang on.
You guys not know how to use explosives?
Left click.
No, they don't know how to use explosives. Okay, that answers it.
I'm literally trying to set it.
Hang on. I accidentally picked it up.
Light fuse. Things go boom, guys.
Why is it not? There we go.
Because it didn't give us the prompt to trigger.
Yeah.
You must have grabbed
nothing in that. Tokens. 1,000 tokens.
Let's freaking go. We're getting rich. No, officer looks innocent. Just a little. He was screaming, swearing, and attempted to hit us, wandering into other residents' rooms and refusing and trying to leave the building. Oh my god. Crystal, I'm glad that you're okay, but oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude.
I kind of sort of went through the same thing a little bit with my grandfather, because he had, you know, dementia at the end of his life. And the scary thing is my grandfather was 6'5" and a big guy.
Oh, Jesus God.
He was, you know, 95 and had the body of a 60-year-old.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
He was just a big guy, and that was just how he was. And, you know, he never got taken out on people, but it was taken out on things. So, you know, he'd throw things and stuff like that, so.
Which is nice and horrifying.
Scary. Yeah, it was scary. And, you know,
Crystal, thank God that you're okay, and they were all on their call lights too. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, nope. That's a nope. Like that, she had Alzheimer's. Oh, Queen, I'm so sorry, dude.
My grandfather didn't quite have Alzheimer's, but he might as well.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Williams, it's terrifying.
He would, you know, swear and start screaming yelling at things.
Dementia is truly horrifying. I feel like it really gets downplayed too, because our society, I feel like it's the awkward conversation that a lot of, especially millennials, are like almost scared to have. Because I mean, and it makes sense, right? None of us want to consider our parents in that light, but the simple reality is that, like,
I can only imagine how hard it was for my mother too, because that was her father. So
it's unbelievably cruel. The other one that's also awful is Parkinson's. Parkinson's and Huntington's are the two that, like, if you had to ask me, I would eradicate them in 30 seconds without even questioning.
Good Lord, guys.
I know.
Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Yes, I know I have a map. I was reading the map. That's why I'm going the wrong direction.
It's such a cruel disease. And the frustrating part about it too is that it's like when you're trying to have real conversations with folks about it, I feel like one of the hard things is that it's like, it's very taboo to just explain, like, look, my loved one is high support needs. And yes, it is infuriating. And it's like, It is infuriating. It's exhausting also. It's way more work than most people ever realize. I don't know what the hell that noise was on the roof of my mouth, but I apologize, chat. That was very weird. I just sounded like a chair squeaking across the floor, but it was my mouth. I don't know.
Why are you making chair noises at me?
Protection fuse.
I don't know. Maybe my lizard person is coming out. My husband offered a test to see if she will develop it. She said no, she doesn't want to know if it's coming. I understand, Queen. I really do get that. I mean, I think it's really, really a tough choice. Like with my mom, I don't know if that's going to be a thing that I have to contend with or that she does. But that's part of the reason why I'm always trying to learn things like new languages, games, whatnot, because I believe that it really does help you try and at least protect against the plaques as best you can.
So, Effie, from what I've heard of your mother, it sounds like she may already be starting to go down that rabbit hole.
I'll put it to you guys this way. She's seen a neurologist, so I'm not gonna, I mean, I'm obviously not gonna HIPAA violate my mom's privacy by talking about her bed stuff on stream. But I'll put it to you this way, like, we specifically brought her to the neurologist with that concern, and the neurologist was like, you don't need to be worried. So I don't know. That's one of those gray areas where, like, as somebody who's worked in it at the time, I would have sworn it was too. But, like,
this is just from what you've said.
Yeah, like, so that being said, I have no idea.
I mean, it's the symptoms.
And I mean, it very well could be. I think I'd be the same, to be honest. I don't want to know. Yeah, I think what it does is it creates a sense of frustrating for the person too. I'm guessing they can tell something is off. Sometimes they can. Sometimes it's like they're very oblivious, which is actually the most heartbreaking case, where they don't really understand or know that anything is wrong at all. They don't recognize that
there's something wrong with their.
And I think that's what pissed my grandfather always would get so mad, is because he knew it.
I'm so sorry, John.
Just really hard on him. But that's...
I'm so sorry for all of you guys. Like, I have to say this. I am somebody where, you know, I don't know what the state of the world, like, and this is not to sound dismal or whatever, but I don't know what the state of the world, how much longer that my generation in specific will actually be around. But I will say this. Should I reach the ages where I am struggling with dementia, I think one of the biggest things that we can all hope for is mercy, especially from our fellow human beings, because one thing that's heartbreaking about these cases is that, yes, many of these individuals can become a danger to themselves, but the biggest thing is not treating people like second-class citizens because of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those big believers that, like, you know, for example, big shout out to Crystal, because the work that you do, dude, is so absolutely essential. I hope it gets talked about.
I could never do that.
I hope it gets talked about for being as essential as it is, because I'm just saying right now, we live in a scary world, guys. We live in a time period where there's a lot of weird shit going on that feels up in the air.
Yeah, no kidding.
But it got too much for him to the point his health was suffering. We had to encourage him to let her go. I mean, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and unfortunately.
But it's bullshit, basically. Hang on, I'm not worried. Hang on, I'm not worried. Hang on, where'd you send? Yeah, let me check. Hang on, I do be checking. Where? Yeah, Marissa, don't worry. Did you... Let me see. Did you send on Twitch? Hang on.
What broke?
A real thing is happening. I am checking my whispers in real time. Let's go.
Uh-oh. It's a sign of the apocalypse, guys.
I know.
Effie checking DMs?
I know. That's war. Marissa, wait, where'd you send it? Many questions are flowing through my brain. Huh? In chat, I can copy and paste it again. Wait. Did it just not send Marissa's chats? Hang on, let me see.
There's a character limit in the chat.
Wait, why didn't it send in chat? That's so strange. In chat, I can copy and paste it again. Yeah, Marissa, it didn't even show that you chatted. That's why I'm concerned.
There's
I'm like, what?
Character limit. It thinks you're spamming it.
It didn't tell me there's a limit.
Text walls.
No.
It's to stop text walls. I'm pretty sure it's.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a limit. Sometimes it'll tell you that there's a limit. Other times it won't.
Not me just
500
looking
characters.
absolutely baffled. I'll send a Discord. Yeah.
Something's built into it, yeah.
Because I don't know what's happening and I'm concerned.
I think it's built into the system.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
built
like,
into Twitch.
huh?
Like,
Twitch, stop being weird.
no, it's a.
How did I know this and the Twitch streamer didn't know this?
Oh dear, I don't use Twitch like that no more.
She just talks to it.
Brother, I don't use Twitch like that anymore. I used to be so active on this platform, and I tell you guys that like maybe someday we'll bring back the days of me being active on Twitch, like socially. It's fair to avoid spam, but sheesh, I know. What I really wish is that it would give me a message that was like, oh, message held for possible spam, and then I'd be able to like clear it or not, which would be nice on my end, because it didn't even say that you chatted, which was really weird. And I hate that because I hope that that's not happening to others who are trying to share, and then it's just like, oh, she's ignoring my message, and it's like, it didn't, there's no message.
Did it pop up on
No, there's nothing.
their screen, but not, yeah.
Especially with the VIP role, I know, which is really weird. The VIP role should automatically bypass that, but there's just no message. Or for us mods too, yeah.
Details. I do know.
All right,
there
post
is
it. Hang on. Yes, it should notify mods at least. That's really weird that it doesn't. Like, that's concerning. Oh no, so it's... Okay, let's see. So it's one who doesn't do shit besides waste space most of the time. So my lead tech and 2 other full-time day shift techs do rotating weekends, so they work every 6 weekend and fully off the weekends in between. Lead tech decided she wanted to take off her weekends that happened to fall on Memorial Day weekend and the weekend after July 4th without finding coverage. So of course, no one who could be working wanted to cover it as people already picked up holiday shifts. It was supposedly a shitstorm all weekends. All Saturday was completely open and the supervisor ended up coming in to help cover. Now we may be having a rotating holiday schedule for next year and everyone enforced to 2 holidays, and lead tech is scared as she only will work New Year's Day shift and no other holidays. The fuck? She's scared? What the hell? What? Girl. It only takes one to ruin a good thing, is true. Other tea is that they got in a weird, huge fight with the plate list that they have in house for OR cases, and the ones they had apparently expired 2359, but at 1210 they decided that they needed them, and the techs there didn't know the case was still going on. Oh my god, the blood bank. Girl, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, girl. The incompetence, though. The absolute incompetence. Like, okay, first of all, like, let's unpack the lead tech. The lead tech is being absolutely selfish beyond belief. That's insane. That's like, dude, you can't seriously... if they need blood, which really sucks because it's not even your fault. Like, this is such a classic case of literally, as John said, it only takes one to ruin a good thing. One bad apple spoiling it for everybody. Like, first of all, I'm so sorry because that should not have even been a thing that happened, and now here we are. But then what kills me is that they didn't even decide it until the 12-hour notice. It's like, oh, god damn it. It's like, oh my god, I just don't think that sometimes I really don't think that people think. And what is annoying about that is that now
Mac,
it's like, oh, you're struggling to pick it up. What?
Huh?
What?
Right here. If it's
What?
a bunch of extra crap, put it in the shredder and just get rid of it.
Oh.
Marissa, I am so sorry. I do
stuff.
not even blame you for being furious. I'd be furious as well. That just sucks. Like, there's leaving and coming back and being like, okay, like, I know I couldn't see. And holy shit, I know. What kills me too is the one that's like, yeah, I'm gonna call and I'm gonna make sure that I have my time off for the holiday freaking weekends. Like, please... someone describe what selfish looks like to me. It's always that. Just the 5 weeks I was out, they did 10 liver transplants.
Holy cow.
In 5 weeks?
That's a lot of livers.
I feel like y'all... Don't y'all usually process more than that, though? If I'm understanding correctly? Call me, like, feel free to tell me I'm wrong, but I feel, don't you guys usually do more? I agree, it seems off. Yeah, dude, the mod view is insane. This we absolutely need, unless it's Magnetar. It might be Pulsar, though. Trying to see where it's going to.
You can actually put it on your, pull up the map, it should show up as it gets close.
How do you remember what I was looking for now?
Oh, cool.
I am just...
It usually is lowercase as when summertime hits for some reason, so that was increased. Oh, interesting.
That's what I was looking for.
It knew. It knew. It really said Marissa's not here, so we gotta fuck around. Cool view with the purple skies. I agree. I love that. I love how larvae are showing up in my map for God knows what reason.
Might not have actually been. Was there an actual meteor?
I mean, the sky is just purple.
You don't have one where it does it.
It might have just been a storm.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Marissa, that's crazy. I mean, my biggest thing is that I'm just glad that your transition back in has been smooth. My biggest thing is I hate people who call out like that in very selfish ways and are just like, oh, well, I guess the rest of the team will just have to figure it out. I want to have my holiday. It's like, dude, no. No, 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 no. I thought I was going crazy there for a second.
Yeah, what are we shooting?
I don't know.
Animal rockets.
Yay!
Oh, okay.
It is. I just can't stand people who are like, yes, I'm going to call out on a holiday. Or around a major holiday where it's like, well, nobody's going to be able to pick up those shifts.
Alright,
lead tech thinks because she's a lead tech and has a boat, she's entitled to holidays off regardless. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Being the lead of anything means that you get less time off. That's how that works. That's ridiculous. BJ, man. BJ. Oh, cool.
I do like standing underneath the aquariums and looking up.
Good night, Queen. I hope you got some good sleep, dude. We love hanging out. I hope you got some good rest, and I will see you tomorrow.
Yes.
I know the different time zones do suck, but don't worry. Tomorrow's Friday. We might do a double stream day tomorrow, I'm thinking. I'm thinking we'll do a little Quarry early, and then we'll do a little bit of this later on. So we'll probably do a little double feature action.
I will be around all day tomorrow, with the exception of probably in the morning, because it'll be too damn hot to do anything in the afternoon.
Hell yes. Well, then we'll coordinate too, because that way as well, depending on what everybody's schedule is, if we want to hop into like a raft or something, I'm also not averse to that because we haven't been in that in a hot second. Just enough to forget what it feels like. Maybe that lead tech shouldn't come back. Crystal's spitting facts over here. That lead tech maybe needs to, you know, she needs to yeet off the boat with all due haste.
Who are we throwing in?
Oh, Marissa's lead tech, who's calling out for holidays that she has no business calling out for.
Just over 2.5 minutes, and then we get portals. I love that some of these trade rockets are firing right into the aquariums.
I know, right?
Actually, I think all of them are.
Yeah, enjoy your lurk. I hope you get some good sleep, dude. Don't do their job. I don't mind doing it to a lead tech, Marissa. I think you should deploy Crystal. That would be amazing. She was like the only one who applied for the position like 20 years ago, so she's gotten comfortable. The worst kind.
Ooh.
The worst kind. Yeah. The kind who truly, and they truly believe this with their whole soul, that they are like the one thing saving the company. I always say avoid those people like the plague, because they are...
Alright, after 6 rockets, We went from 10 to 21 million grams per second.
Let's go. And I'm over here picking up warden keys.
What? Deconstruct flowers? Oh, flower spreader. Okay, I was like, what?
I know, right? It's like, excuse me? What the fuck am I looking at right now? Oh, those are drones. Okay. She doesn't like confrontation. You destroy her. Listen, sometimes, and this is coming from an astrological sign who, like, we don't avoid conflict as Taurians, but we're definitely not the ones to usually start it. We will finish it, though. I will say there is a good time and a place to call somebody on their crap, and it can be done lovingly enough where it's like, you know, when somebody really calls you out in your crap and they're doing it from a place of, I care about you and this also sucks, like you're not a fun person to work with, sometimes that gets you more results than just straight up going in there and roughing them up. Like, it depends, obviously. Every environment's different.
Observation here. I've always found interesting that you have embraced both the scientific thing and the non-scientific or occult. As they often do not mix.
Oh, they actually directly mix, because the occult is the only reason we have modern science. I'm not even exaggerating. All of science was actually founded by the occult. Like,
we have
so basically,
chemistry because of alchemists. We have biologists
and so even
because
before
of occultists.
that, basically the only educated members of Western society were the church. So, like, every single thing that we have as technological developments.
I guess you're right. That does make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, like, so basically that was the only source of education, and that was the only source of, you know, really...
So science and magic often coincide.
Always. And actually, every single scientist is the most suspicious person you've ever met. Marissa and Crystal sign off about this. You guys can tell me. We are the most superstitious bunch. It's like, oh, it's Tuesday at 10 p.m. The machine's not going to work. And you're like looking at your colleagues like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Throwing salt
no,
over
it's our centrifuge.
Around in a circle 3 times, kind of
it's our centrifuge. At 10 p.m. on Tuesdays, it doesn't work. You have to actually do this, where you turn around 3 times or bonk it a certain number of times or put this plastic action figure on top of it. And then it seems to like you enough where it works. Like, it's every single person... I knock on wood when we say the Q word, exactly. That's the thing, like, every single person that works in medicine or the sciences knows that we are actually some of the most spiritual people that you'll ever meet. The difference is that we, like, yeah, exactly, superstition doesn't even cover it. The difference is that it's not normally talked about. So, for example, the way that my two fields intersect perfectly, right? So I used to have to dissect out rat brains and make slices of them and then put electrodes in them to literally reanimate receptors that have been kept alive in an incubation chamber, okay? For all intents and purposes, I'm Frankensteining a rat brain. Now, that on its own is already fascinating enough, right? There's already an element of mystery enough about that. But then when you add in the fact that with each animal, because I am somebody who loves animals and I would consider their sacrifice to science, I'm basically thanking them for their contribution to science in advance before I have to do all this work. What I was technically doing was making blood offerings. And the thing that's crazy about this is that long before I was ever into the occult, what you find out is that blood, urine, semen, all different kinds of biological substances make some of the most powerful offerings that there are. And spontaneously, by the way, our lab would only get good data when I was there. Now, here's what's funny about that. So our data took us to international conferences, our data took us all kinds of places. When you're an occultist and you're working in the sciences, all that this means is that you have a baseline of honor and respect, right, for the subject that you're working with and a true set of belief. And that powered us through to, like, near international renown with our data. And so when we talk about the occult and the sciences, it's like not even saying slow because that's as bad as Q. I'm crazy and I say it's chill. Yeah, I know. It's like anybody who works in this field knows this. It's kind of like, in order to get good data, you really have to go about it with the same mentality as somebody who actually has a real faith, where it's not actually about the idea that you need to see the instantaneous result so much as that you will do a ton of actions that contribute towards the thing. And at the end of the day, you'll be hoping, you know?
So, Effie, I forgot to tell you yesterday, we were running cables, right, at work.
Yeah.
My mother was part of a program when she was in, I don't remember if it was grad school, but the University of Georgia at the time was teaching rats to run cables.
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. They'll do a great job, too.
They would tie, right, yeah, exactly. They would tie a string around the rat and have the rat run through the pipe. And
oh, yeah, because they love that.
Drag the cable along with them. Right, exactly.
Oh, my God. Rats love nothing more than the tube. That's perfect.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's what there was a whole section at the school devoted to that at that point.
Oh, it's fascinating. I mean, the amount of things that you can actually train animals to do just through simple behavioral conditioning and working with their natural instincts is wild. Like, that's why I'm actually loving this now new section of my life where I'm checking out the dog training, right? Is because it's like you're basically working with the inherent instincts of the creature to get a desired result, but you're also building that relationship in the process. So like some of the best rats I ever had were for the behavioral experiments with fear conditioning. It breaks your heart that it has to be fear conditioning that you're doing with them, right? You'd much rather be sitting there cuddling them. But one of the most powerful things is like if you take the fear conditioning model and then you look at rehabilitating that, you know, basically rehabilitating PTSD, it actually does give you great insights in what to do for humans. I literally use dragon's blood incense to cleanse yourself. Yes, Crystal. And also, all of my girlies who work in medicine, look me in my eyes, rue incense. It's called Aruda incense. It will take rue and dragon's blood. Okay, dragon's blood's very protective right off the bat. Adding rue into that, so rue will get the wrong toxic energies out of your life. Like, it is an older sister, the oldest sister in the family, who has had enough of the family dysfunction. If you know, you know. Rue is actually ferocious, and I highly recommend it to especially all of the girlies in medicine, like, or especially anybody. Me, write that down, yes, rue. Rue smells, first of all, it smells delicious, and it also, by the way, Crystal, I always cleanse with rue and dragon's blood and juniper, because I love the smell of juniper. Rue, correct? Yeah, that herb in particular. Oh my God, guys, you will find, and also all my streamers, all my people who work around a lot of people, anybody in the service industry, Hydra, this goes for you too. If you guys want to like very quickly sort through some bad vibes, or like you have a bunch of really shitty coworkers, cleansing with rue, dragon's blood, juniper, what these will basically do is they will go after negative influences in your life as if it is a heat-seeking missile. And what you will find is that the trash will take itself out and you won't even have to say anything. Like, people will just weirdly start doing shit that just, you're like, okay, bye. And you're like, that's great. I thought I was going to have to work more at this. Or I thought I was going to have to clean out my contacts list. I guess not. It's actually wild. I still have to be careful because, you know, migraines. Surprisingly, dragon's blood helps with the migraines. I'm not surprised, Crystal, because all I will say is that sometimes I wonder with my more sensitive girlies if some of it is also picking up people's transient stuff. I was going to infuse a lava rock. I have not seen that herb. Lava rocks are fantastic as well. Volcanic energy is really good for that.
All great and mighty Effie, who actually knows plants. What is mint good for? I have
oh my God, for clarity. Okay, so if you have wild mint like I do, because I do too, and this goes for anybody who has wild mint growing in their yard, what you want to do, so first of all, clean it. Like, before you use it for these purposes, please, for the love of God, don't just, we have prion diseases, people, please clean your herbs. But once you clean it, you can use it for heightening. You can use it, so peppermint, spearmint are good for two things. As we all know, they're really good for cooling, but they're also really, really good for heightening your senses. Mint to clean and rebirth. Yes, fire is very cleansing, but then also so is mint. Mint surprisingly has the effect of heightening your actual physical 5 and or if you're a practitioner 6 senses. What you will find with mint is that you will actually get the best mileage from it by preparing it in either a tea. You can either drink it hot or cold. So if you're like trying to like basically get you into a reset point, you can drink it. You can burn it if you're really looking to make an offering that will kind of help you like get clarity on a situation. It is good for stomach aches and burns and other things that, you know, actually it's not good for burns. Please don't use mint topically for burns. no. It's cooling, but like it's good for like if you have a sunburn and you toss some mint into the bath, it helps, but like I wouldn't say use like the oils or anything. That could be quite irritating. And what's up, War? It's good to see you, dude. Basically, my biggest recommendation with the wild herbs that you guys have in your yard, and by the way, like if y'all are looking for something really good and protective to put in like either you could make like a poppet or a pouch or something, use what grows around your house. Your home or your apartment or whatever is actually your personal space. Your plants in your yard would like to protect you before anything else would. You know, like it's easy to go online and buy like all these different combos of incense. The reason I say rue is because rue is actually like having a big sister who will take a steel toe boot to the nuts of anything that's bothering you. I'm not even exaggerating. I've been burning rue incense, and if you guys have noticed, like I've just been a little bit like lighter, things have been easier. It's like it's been kind of insane, actually. I'm surprised how well rue works. I heard about it from my own mentor, and when I checked back with her, I was like, I was not prepared for the consequences of my actions. I was expecting a clean out. I wasn't expecting like, it's like those people who drink the whole bottle of magnesium glycinate. If you know, you know.
Oh,
sounds nasty.
But like energetically and with people in your life, where they just start acting really fucking weird and you're looking around, you're just like, oh, okay. Hey, I love it when Frosty Tools gets the witchy wisdom. Let's go. But yeah, mint is fantastic for heightening. What's up, Sergio? Welcome in. Mint is fantastic for heightening all 5 of your senses, basically, when you are looking to be in a situation where you absolutely need them. So especially too, if you're having trouble paying attention to what people are saying, work with wild mint. If you're having trouble figuring out if it's you or if what somebody is saying isn't working well for you, I also find mint great for that. It's very clarifying. I'm from New Jersey, Sergio.
Because it always takes over the end of my garden every year.
Oh yeah, and it's protecting you.
You can only make so many mojitos with it, you know? So.
Oh, absolutely. And it's very, very protective. I will say this much about mint. Mint, rue, and dragon's blood are probably the triple threat that I use for protection stuff. I might toss in some wormwood or vervain, depending. Like, so wormwood is really good for energetic and also IRL parasites. Vervain is amazing for energy vampires. If you are trying to basically
the Salvatore brothers away from you.
Exactly. You're burning the dragon's blood and rue as incense, correct? Yes, correct. Although you can also, for the girlies and the guys who are into skincare, you can also get a dragon's blood serum that calms all the irritation, which is really, really lovely, and actually also works as double protection. And if you're doing anything with glamours, what's nice about this is that it will actually shield you a bit from the way that people perceive you. So you know how like you'll be like minding your business and somebody will start making comments, like whether it's like on how you look or how you speak or how you behave or how you are in space. Dragon's blood in your facial serum will actually keep out some of that influence. It acts like its own little protective shield. It's kind of cool. But yes, in general, I tend to use it as incense. And I would say one of the big things that I try to avoid. So I am of the opinion that there are certain herbs that people talk about not burning in incenses because they're closed practices, and I try to respect those cultures as best I can and not use them myself. However, if you're absolutely in a pinch and you are like, this is what I've got and I don't have anything else, work with what you've got, guys. Don't stress too hard. Like, I will say this, one of the biggest problems that all of occultism and all of witchcraft has is that there is this whole consumer culture that goes with it. If you ever like clock into, like, let's say an Instagram page, right? And somebody's like a witchy influencer or whatever, and you instantly walk away from it feeling like you absolutely have. Trip out there this month to see another streamer friend, but she also hit a bad patch. Oh my God, Queen, we should totally do a meetup when you come here. That would be awesome. That would be so awesome. I would love that. I'm assuming do research, lead more before topical application. Incense seems lower beginner risk. Yeah, like, so obviously with dragon's blood too, this is what I will tell you guys. Anything herbal in usually a serum for the face, as long as it's actually crafted for the face, and there are literally skincare companies that do this, you are absolutely in safe hands if the company has done their proper lab testing. And this, by the way, goes with every single cosmetic known to man. So like, for example, what makes Olay a lot safer than like a lot of these like off brands that you hear about, like let's say through Instagram or TikTok shop, is that these small brands can't afford to do the lab testing for actual safety. Whereas like Olay will actually spend the millions of dollars to do the lab testing to actually make sure that their product's safe because they have to. And so that's part of why, like when we talk about, you know, I'm very much into integrative stuff, which is the intersection between both the traditional pharmaceutical, you know, concepts as well as herbal medicine. I think that both can be useful. You know, you can use peppermint for a stomach ache, but please, you know, maybe don't give up your antidepressants if they're working for you. You know, I like the middle ground where both things are helpful and useful. And good night, Queen. Oh my god, yes, we absolutely have to do this now. I'm so excited. Yeah, New Jersey is a blast, dude. We actually, I have to say, New Jersey and also Pennsylvania, shout out. Basically, the tri-state area has some of the chillest folks, I find. There's so many good places to meet up. We have Real Pizza. Marissa's totally coming. I'm signing her on to join us for this meetup. Against her consent. And also Rose, congratulations, ladies. You've been roped into my conspiracy.
Where did Effie get to?
I'm literally looking for this damn warden's key on this fucking mountain.
My father was born and raised in Pittsburgh.
Hey, let's go.
So...
good old Pittsburgh.
You should come to that. You should come back to the base real quick.
The grandparents or great grandparents lived on Mount Washington.
Oh my god, that had to be beautiful. My mom's actually hiked Mount Washington.
3-story row houses, the ancient 3-story row houses from the 1900s.
Oh my god.
The house was interesting. It was an interesting house. Had a coal chute in the basement.
Wait, Queen says, oh my god, no way, I have a friend in Pittsburgh too, small world. I know, dude, isn't it crazy? I'm telling you right now, like the people that you can meet through Twitch, that's part of why it's such a beautiful platform. It really has just an infinite number of possibilities tied to it. And let your doctor know if you're taking herbal medicine. Yes, absolutely. Make sure that you keep a record, please, so that you're not wrecking yourself with interactions. As Crystal said, that, thank you. Yes, that is absolutely key. Did you get kicked?
No, I kicked myself.
Oh.
I think.
Would you like to be back?
Yes, I did. Yeah, give me a second. I
was like, uh-oh. And yes, exactly as Crystal is saying, please, for the love of God, make sure that you tell your doctor what you're doing. Don't just, you know, go willy-nilly with the supplements. Like today, I learned that a supplement that I was looking at for metabolism support, when taken with matcha, could have severely damaged my liver and cause potentially fatal consequences. So Marissa, you were about to have me as a potential patient if I had not immediately done my due diligence with Google Scholar, and thank God I did. Most of these things, and people forget this, our FDA is not really regulating anything. You need to absolutely do a buttload of homework before you bring herbs into your dietary regimen. All of this that I'm talking about is supplements. Absolutely nothing that I am talking about with the incenses should be ingested at any time. And I also, by the way, feel that it would be deeply unethical of any practitioner in the occult arts to tell you guys to ingest something and like, oh yes, it has 100% safety. Always do homework, always know your body, always watch out for warning signs. And that includes, by the way, with burning incense, if you start to feel any irritation or like your nose starts really running or you start finding yourself having a hard time, like your ears, like your eyes are tearing up or anything. Yeah, and if your eyes are tearing up or anything, stop what you're doing immediately, cease and desist. Don't pass go or collect 200. Don't. So I had that happen actually with red thyme, where I had the essential oil and I accidentally spilled it on my body and I had a whole rash all over my arm from it for like a while.
Is it poisonous?
It's not necessarily poisonous, but it is abrasive to the skin.
I mean, I have thyme, regular thyme.
Well, no, this is a very specific. This is red thyme and it's rough.
A Stargate.
Oh, what? Oh, we have a teleporter?
Yay!
Yep.
Whoa.
Hell yes!
This is trippy. I have
Let's go.
landed in the middle of nowhere land.
Now, let me see. But yeah, y'all, when it comes to anything with incense and stuff, please use discernment. If you start to have an allergic reaction, immediately stuff the incense and stop what you're doing. That's not a cleansing reaction. That's called you're having an allergic reaction. Please, you know. Make sure that you don't, for the love of God, wind up sick. What's nice about most of the incense is, though,
the portal?
I would. Let me just get back there.
I'm already gone.
Basically, the biggest thing that I will tell you guys is that what's nice about the incense is that you can spend about $5 to $10 and actually have a great cleansing tool and hopefully no irritation attached to it. But again, your mileage may vary. If you do have irritation, stop immediately. Do not risk that because that's dangerous.
If it lasts longer than 4 hours, call a doctor.
Now listen, we all know that there are men who do not abide by that advice. My friend's ex being one of them, which is still my favorite story that she's ever told.
Not funeral.
So where did it teleport you to? Does it do all random locations?
It's to a procedural wreck. Basically, it generates a one-time shipwreck.
Cool.
There's a lot of stuff here, but not a shipwreck.
Hang on, I'm on my way. I'll drop my inventory, pick up food, and then be there. Italian priorities. Pick up food was in that equation.
I mean, it's pretty. It's kind of orange.
But yeah, Rue is really good. Dragon's Blood is really good. Where's some of this? Oh, Rosemary. Oh my God. Oh my, Marissa? Girl?
Oh, I've got rosemary.
Because I promise you that most of you have dried rosemary in your house.
Oh, I've got a
If y'all want something protective that's so easy that you like literally don't need to buy anything, burnt and dried rosemary. Thank me later. Also, put it in sachets.
Wait.
Like a little sachet by the door. And trust me, and thank me later. Rosemary is one of the most accessible Mediterranean protective herbs that there is, and for everybody with any kind of Mediterranean ancestry, really any ancestry, I will say that much. It's not really very, like, regionally locked, but for us, this is a big one. And it's part of why, by the way, it features so prominently in our cooking. Just saying. That will take negative influences at the door and basically turn them back the other way. It's like the #1 anti-evil eye.
I thought that was garlic.
Garlic, you know, surprisingly enough, the whole vampires and garlic thing, I really do think that it's just folks looking for seasoning on food.
Oh.
Well, think about it. Like, the vampire will have a better time eating you if you're seasoned.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Because the garlic thing, it's actually not as strong as wild rose.
For the humans, okay, I get it.
Exactly, like seasoning meat. Yeah, let me just drop a bunch of some drop checks. The big reason I say that is because for the most part, it's actually wild rose that's way more potent. If you wanted to know what you could have on your person that will instantly repel them, wild roses. And that comes straight out of good old Transylvania.
I don't have wild rose, but I have plenty of regular roses.
Oh yeah, any rose will really do it. It's basically the Venusian plants is sort of the key here. Because the whole deal is that Venus, Ishtar, who I work with, has beef with Lilith, who's the mother of vampires. Garlic is good for your blood, so you would think vampires would like garlic because it makes your blood better. Exactly. Exactly, Queen. I was like, is this just vampire propaganda making us all season ourselves? I will sleep, I promise. Listen, but then we get into the mythology end of the discussion, and I get it. It's impossible to sleep.
Awake?
It's impossible to sleep when someone starts talking about the vampire lore. Garlic's a natural blood thinner. It's not a strong blood thinner, but it helps with that. Exactly. Exactly. So it makes the blood flow even more freely, too, which is just like... hate to say it. Oh shit! Look at our teleporter. Let's go. Ah, Safendo, my PC. Baba bishi, baba.
Oh,
we're extra drinkable. Listen, the minute that ooh, this is so pretty. It looks undersea. Let's go. We're extra drinkable. Exactly. I'm right, Queen. Listen, the minute that somebody starts bringing out the vampires, werewolves, and the other cryptid discussion, then you know that you're locked in. Like, I don't make the rules, but the minute that someone says the word Wendigo, there's something that in my brain just immediately perks up like an antenna, and I'm just like, I'll be here all year. Like, whenever we go back and replay it,
the portal for you.
Oh, that's so cool. Whenever we go back and replay Until Dawn, the way I'm gonna be nerding with you guys, Wendigo, baby! Yeah, literally, my whole family's origin. So like, oh my god, wait, so like, is this the part where we talk about the thing? I love my vampires. I have the Voltari crest from Twilight tattooed on my upper back. Yo, you're such a real one for that. Let me just tell you that that scene in the films takes me out every single time. I'm between that and Mothman for my favorite cryptid. Well, like, no wonder we get along, because that's my family's monster. Literally, my family members are documented in the New World as being, unfortunately, Wendigo. And so it's a thing that just runs in the family. And what's fun is that it is literally the main family tree with the vampire and the werewolf.
Got some genetic stuff here.
I do also love the Mothman. I love all the cryptids, man. It's hard to pick between them. You know, I'm one of those people that's like, listen, the more the merrier. One thing that's been getting me lately is Tales of the Rake. I've been listening to a lot of creepy stuff lately, and the Rake really gets me.
1200% oxygen multiplier tree.
Sod Team Edward or Team Jacob? I was Team Voltari. I also was Team those wigs. I saw them wigs one time and was like, I'm whatever team that this is. I was like, why are all the hot Lucius Malfoy looking men in here?
Trade rocket multiplier fuse.
I still go back and watch it. I'm like, wait, why did they save all the hot for last? I enjoyed most of the cryptids, but I don't know all of them. Yeah, that's the thing too, is that as more stuff develops, so like, honestly, the thing that I'm really getting hype about these days has been like the Shoe Man.
Another 12 trade rocket multiplier fuse.
They're gonna let me. Oh my god, let me detonate the damn explosives, please.
Poster H.
I'm team anything that looks like Lucius Malfoy. Specifically looks like. I could care less about what it sounds like. I could care less about what its morals are, but does it look like? Let me destroy with explode. I'm literally trying, you absolute. Hang on.
At the risk of being lynched, I have never seen any of the Twilight movies, nor do I have
man, you gotta. So you know what we'll do? That is worth a Discord movie night where all we do is just laugh and laugh. Okay, so Crystal, skinwalkers and Wendigos aren't even close to the same thing. So Wendigo is a god. A skinwalker is literally just a human being who killed a member of their family to gain magical ability and can now shapeshift. Literally, just completely. They're literally two different. Oh my god, yes, we gotta do the movie night. Why the explosives are not
No, I didn't have any problem with the explosive.
I haven't either, and now suddenly it just won't let me click them. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now. Queen, you're fine. Bro, I hope you have an okay wake up. I'm concerned.
Yeah, go to sleep. Especially if you gotta work in the morning.
But yeah, basically Skinwalkers and Wendigo aren't even like close to the same deal. The problem is that what happened is that the horror community got a hold of pretty much the conception of both. And then also there's no deer skull whatever that corresponds to Wendigo. They literally are exactly what you see in Until Dawn. It's actually the best depiction that we have in the modern period. But make sure my brain was saying, yeah. And same with skinwalkers, by the way. Skinwalkers usually take the form of like very large, either black or very pale white dogs. Conversations come up that I can join in with. That's it, right, Queen? I feel that. I feel that. And the cryptids are something we can all love, you know? Oh, there we go. Finally. I apparently had to turn it on its side while Mercury was in Gatorade. On the 7th moon of the 7th day. Like, really, this sounds like all my normal ritual practices as it is. My God. I'm halfway through my damn food ration because that's how long it took. Exercise bikes, let's go. Deconstruct the indoor bike. That did not give me a blessed thing that was useful.
I have found the jackpot.
Did I not? Ah, fuck. I didn't make the, oh no, there it is. Fusion cell.
I mean, we'll be here if you want to go back and make it.
No, I found it in my inventory. Just...
Mother of God, Beck.
Told you I have found the jackpot. Production multiplier fuse. Ooh.
They're not that great.
Legless frog eggs, animal multiplier 500%. Let's go.
I need to get out of here before I die of food loss and water loss. So.
You mean that you guys don't pack food for the journey? I can tell you're not Italian. We would bring the entire fucking fridge with us. Like, I go everywhere with a fucking fridge of food.
Space food!
You've been saved by the gods.
I've still
Ooh, genetic traits. A variant, a skin pattern color. Let's go. All the snacks.
You didn't drink any water while you were coming into the ship?
I did. I ran out of it already.
In fairness, I too went on an explosives epidemic that nearly depleted my water level as well. Luckily, I brought a bottle.
Yeah, I thought I saw a bottle. You would think a kitchen would have a bottle in it, but no.
No, that would be too hard for them, you know?
Oh, it does. If you deconstruct a sink, it gives you a bottle of water.
In the name of... Oh, it's this place during the day. It's so pretty during the day. Alright, so that's the way out.
What's the way out? What's the way out?
Are you Italian in New Jersey? That friend I was on about? She's also part Italian. Yes! Yes, I am. Oh my God. Sicilian on my mom's end. And from Basilicata on my dad's side. I don't really know... I guess northern on my dad's. Northish on my dad. Oh God, I just pissed off the Lombardians bad. Not that kind of north. Not close to
Ooh, careful.
I know, I'm like
with the fishes.
I know. Sorry, Lombards. Love you. They do not love me back. That is what you must know. Is it a New Jersey thing then? Yes. We've been making our Italian heritage our entire culture. That's why, Marissa, I was dying when somebody goes, the Italians were peacefully protesting. I'm like, ma'am, they mailed bombs to their legislators in the mail, canonically, historically.
Yeah.
We've never done a fucking thing peacefully.
Anything.
We don't even have peace with each other. With my family? No. It's not. No, my family isn't the Lombards. It's just I have Lombards that I know of that are not fans of me. And let's just say it's a long... Basically, when you're Sicilian, we have beef with the... Unfortunately, everyone has beef with Sicilians, and Sicilians don't help it because they have beef with also everyone that's ever existed in creation in Italy that is not them. And the whole time I am just like, please, for love of... Oh, fireplace. It's cozy. Let's go. That was the biggest squirrel. Oh, sure, yeah, I know, right? Just in your comment when I've come back to me twinning, right? The Italians are not peaceful protesters. I'm sorry. We're not sorry at all. That's the thing that's really funny about it. It's like we're not peaceful, and also you'll never get an apology out of an Italian. for disrupting your peace. Whether it's emotional, personal, physical. Northern Italy and Sicily. Yeah, oh my god, Marissa and I are literally twins. Let's go. We're ancestry twins over here. It's like our families were the OG Romeo and Juliet, and not in like a cute way, in like a this is insufferable way. All right, who got the key card?
I did and already used it.
Oh, I found another one. There's another access card zone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going back with a bunch of goodies, so.
1, 2, 3.
And a poster.
But you have food, so evens out exactly.
So you see food.
More explosives.
Explodey.
It does even out. It really does.
Trippy going through the portal.
If only we had brought that capsule. It does even out eventually, Williams. It's just chaotic. All Italians are always chaotic all of the time. That's how we roll. Like, it's just... Many have tried. Few have succeeded to comprehend the Italian mind. And then there was that casual time that I realized that an ex-boyfriend of mine literally used all of Machiavelli's playbook on me. He literally used my ancestry, actually, because sorry, it wasn't his. He was Puerto Rican and Irish, which was really a combination, must say.
Yeah, that's an interesting combination for sure.
He really looked full Irish too. Like, you would never have guessed that he had Puerto Rican ancestry, but it was one of those things where it was like he would like rag on me for being Italian. Marissa's gonna get so triggered as I say this because I feel like we've all had this kind of encounter with a guy before where it was like everything was fine and then the Fire Nation attacked. Everything was fine and then he decided to like start going after me about being Italian and insulting Italian heritage, and I was like, listen, man. I was like, at the time I was like, not that I'm out here being like, I'm so offended, but like, dude, why are you so weird about this? Like, most of New Jersey is Jersey Italians. It's like what we do.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm not sure what the issue is here, you know? It just didn't make much sense. My brothers in Christ, I think I might be lost inside of the wreck.
We're both back at base.
I'm half English, a quarter Irish, and 1/8 Maltese. Yo, that's awesome. Malta is absolutely gorgeous. Malta is a freaking amazing place, dude.
I'm an honorary Italian. My family is German.
Listen, that's fair.
German and English, but old English, aristocratic English.
Oh yeah, which means that you're just everything, because they were doing all kinds of nonsense.
Oh man, I learned how to set tables and put salad forks in the right spot and all kinds of stuff.
I found my way out.
My grandmother would get so pissed off at me if I put salad in the wrong spot, fork in the wrong spot.
Oh, I'm sure. The Irish is where I get my red hair from. Dude, that's amazing. I love red hair. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Royal chicken English? William says.
Agreed on the red hair, though.
Red hair is beautiful. I mean, I have like, so my natural is actually this very light chestnut brown with red in it that nobody can figure out where it came from. We figure it's probably from my dad because my dad lost all of his hair after a tonsillectomy where he was bleeding out when he was a kid and they used more anesthetic and he wound up with no hair.
Really? Interesting.
Funny how that works. Yeah, ye old medieval anesthetic that would just absolutely destroy you.
So what happens if I close the portal now?
We kill you.
We get new portals, but there's potentially still a lot of stuff up there, but we can just put new crystals in. You can close it. That's fine.
And if you were stuck on the other side, what happens?
I don't know. I have not
That's
looked into
worth
that.
an experiment.
You probably get forced back. The game probably forces you back or something like that.
I mean, I got some really good,
Yeah, there's a bunch of... Oh, cool. It's very Stargate-like.
it's awesome. But no, I love that queen. I feel like I feel like having multi-mixed ancestry is actually one of my favorite things. Like, so I'm primarily Italian, and then I guess you would count the German, Scottish, Irish, English. It's like a very small chunk. Oh, then the other thing that I am mainly, besides Italian, is Hungarian. That's like, if you go back to Avar Soledad, Hungary, it's literally our ancestors who were running the place, and we were like, what? My freaking geneticist was like screaming at me, and I was like, what? And she was just like, do you realize how excited this is? Also, do we have a thing for the DNA segments?
Oh, that's what it is.
They're up next to the in the biolab. I figured that's the only place they're being used. So
yeah, it makes sense.
They're made to auto grab genetic traits.
Perfect.
So you can just put them in the drop off, and the drones will put them in there for you. You don't have to go upstairs to put them away.
Ooh, this looks like an osmolite.
All right, let's see.
Oh no, I need a common. Hang on.
Two quasars, 4 pulsars, 2 magnetars, 1 blazar, 4 pink, 2 green, 2 purple, 1.
Wrong button. But yeah, there are a frickload of Italians in New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia. We just basically saw the tri-state area and we're like, I have no complaints here. And you know what? Mood. There are no complaints. Oh god, we need fertilizer badly.
Yeah, I gotta see what we're short on there in that production queue.
Probably eggplants.
Man, blue. Very blue.
Oh my god, it crashed right next to the base. Let's go. Hopefully I'm not about to die.
Oh, so it is green. Huh. Cool.
What is?
I found new suit.
Algae.
Hell yes.
Oh.
Where'd you find it at?
Algae. Algae production. That's what we need. Bioplastic nugget for tier 1 fertilizer. Let me guess. We have tier 2 fertilizer, but not tier 1. Yep.
You me.
Alright. Turn off the autocraft on tier 2.
What the fuck? Wait, you guys. Look inside the aquarium. On my screen.
Which one?
Oh my.
Fishy, why are you sleeping?
Fishy stoned.
Just a little bit. Did not think it was possible to like kill a fish under the dome, but this one looks pretty. Oh, that's sulfur? I guess there must have been a meteor while we were out.
There's a meteor inside the dome.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Let's go harvest
meteor
it.
probably hit it, and the things hit.
That's
what in the name of Jesus of Nazareth? Can I even pick anything up here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Lord have mercy. This is not what my anxiety level was planning on today.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
Oh, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all of the
What have
saints.
you broken?
These poor fish. How long does it take for these things to despawn?
Are they sushi?
No, they can take a couple minutes.
They're fine. They're alive. It's not like we have to like actively keep the fish alive.
Which is
Yeah.
probably a good thing. Probably a good thing.
Oh my God,
on our
I
part. Did you forget to feed the fish? Did you?
With 50 aquariums. Trying to be like, what direction did you run in?
Which fish? Are you sure you fed the fish?
You really sure? Final answer?
And they're all floating at the top of the pond. Oh, well, whoops. Interesting,
Right,
actually,
right.
because it's just empty to me. Looks like a regular aquarium.
I mean, I went and I grabbed some sulfur off the bottom of it, so I think it... Oh, no, it's empty for you? Wait, that's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
looks like a
still
regular
actually
fishing
full for me.
aquarium.
Weird. I don't know. Why am I singing Cotton Eye Joe? I don't even fucking know. I don't know, guys. Yeah, probably.
Starting to get delirious because she's losing.
I just like starting as if this is a question.
Well, okay, more so than usual. How about that?
Let's just go to the next fucking portal.
One second. I'm just setting up some algae generators.
Where is the sulfur? Where did it go? In the aquarium, don't you know?
Yep, all the aquariums are totally empty to the bottom for me. I see the fish in them and I see you in them. That's it. Oh, have you also noticed our little random buildings and windmills have all disappeared?
Oh. Have they?
I've been cleaning up the rubbish.
Oh, very nice. That should help out with cleaning up the power grid.
Yep, it doesn't spoil the atmosphere anymore. Windmills don't generate.
Yeah,
they don't generate.
Windmills generate energy. They don't do anything to the atmosphere.
They don't generate enough wind energy to be effective for anything.
Oh, we got one iron back.
Yeah, right. And 1 kilowatt of power.
It's a kilowatt.
Let's make some of those capsules for opening up the secret areas.
I got them. They're in.
Okay. Is this the new portal that's set up?
They're in one of the. Yeah, that's a new portal. I'm just finishing up the.
Heading in.
Oh, it's so trippy going through these things.
It's so cool. Trying to get sleep and then start vibing to Cotton Eye Joe remix. Sorry, Queen. I am singing Cotton Eye Joe like it depends on it. Lord have
Poor
mercy.
lady, she's never gonna get to sleep.
She's never gonna get to sleep. This is what being friends with us means, though. It's like we're the people who at the after party are just still going into their own after party, and you're like, how are these people alive? You're like, it's 5:30 a.m. and they're talking all night.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
like,
I've done that before. Reenactments.
Right?
We're just sitting around the campfire talking. Somebody will be awake, you know, and
listen, it's how it goes. I feel like it's just... So it's the same world as it was before?
yeah, it looks exactly the same, except there's a bunch of stuff in the wreck, same wreck even.
I was loving it. Oh, I'm so glad, dude. Listen, I have that like special echolalia that like when I go hard. I found another secret area down here with another separate wreck.
Nice.
Excuse me? This is insane. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. The best part is that the music doesn't go with it at all. The music is actually the most illogical part of this. Turn head to bed. Good night, Marissa. Enjoy the dancing off to Cotton Eye Joe. I love how she was like, "It's time for me to run for my life," which honestly, like, is a vibe.
Yes.
You know when Cotton Eye Joe starts getting, or you know when Cotton Eye Joe starts coming out, that all the folks are about to be coming out the woodwork who need to just like go their ass to bed. Or like you're gonna wake the kids back up, you know? That's what always happens at these kind of functions.
We're becoming delirious. We probably need to start heading that way ourselves shortly.
Now listen.
I'm good for another 2 hours.
I'm Luke Goblining. I don't think I got 2 hours in me, but
I'm expecting you guys to go another 2 hours. I'm just saying, like, I cannot fall asleep for another 2 hours. I just will not do it.
Fair. What time even is it on Eastern? Does anybody know?
It is currently 9:49.
Why, thank you. He was coming after me to say it's time for you to get a watch. I fucking heard that happening in real time and was like, no.
I was like, how do you not know your own time? But then realize you probably don't have you might not have your system clock visible at this moment.
My phone is sitting on my chest right now, so.
Bros, I found the coolest jungly wreck in here.
Oh yeah, no. You're in the same place I am, probably.
Are you the one with the yellow glow sticks?
Yeah, I've been dumping them.
Okay, good. Queen isn't sleeping, she can't go. Marissa's heading out, watch her go. There.
Oh my. Cool.
Very. Alright, so once again we need one of those capsules to open these doors up.
Splutty box?
Bloody box?
Do we need splutty container?
No, we need mechanical key thing that Hydra has.
Oh.
In my very elaborate Lilia tree seed for 1200.
I was trying to bring the rover with me.
2-hour head start on Hydra's heraldry.
The rover.
Oh.
What happened?
Alright.
He was trying to
bring the rover
through the gate.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm getting high level frog eggs of Palooza over here.
Yeah, I got a couple of them.
Alright, who has the key card? Mech, do you?
I do not.
Alright, let's find it. Gotta be around here somewhere. Ooh, big stretch. I caught myself shrimping and was like, you may not shrimp. There shall be no shrimping.
See, I could just lie on the couch, but that's...
Alright.
I love how there's like...
Where are we headed?
I love how there's water bottles on display, but they aren't actually available for us to grab. Like, you absolute teases.
Yeah, well.
Next to the keycard door.
Ooh.
Who just blew something up?
I did. And I got the explosive right back.
Nice. Where are you?
I'm just exploring down here. Keycard.
Perfect. Oh, I guess I don't have the tier 3 deconstruct.
Tier 3
yes, I do.
What?
Why won't this
it
door
won't work
open?
for that door? Because that door doesn't deconstruct like that.
No, yeah. The only difference, the only tier up you need to go is tier 2. Like tier 3, just it increases how fast you break apart.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well.
Things like how fast does it get out of your way? Nope. Okay. Hang on. Working my way back to the beginning. By mistake. Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm just parked literally next to the industrial grade door.
Yeah. I'm
Beck, stop yawning. You're making me yawn.
I can see your obstacles.
Like, now don't you start yawning. Then we know how this will go, and I'll begin yawning. And then poor Killer's gonna wake up, and she's gonna be like, God damn it, now this woman's yawning.
Where the hell are you guys?
In the basement.
Well, I'm down
We're
here.
by the capsule thing. Where are you down here?
Hydroponics lab kind of thing.
Hey, guess
so
what? Explosives don't blow open
did
the
you
door.
see the green?
There we go. Okay.
Follow me.
I've left a trail of flares. So
And we have this thing that could be opened.
there's nothing in it. Oh. Did you just turn on all the lights?
I powered the ship, yes.
Oh, cool. Emergency power active.
The yawning might actually help me drift off, to be honest. You know, that's fair. Alright, and then this is the key card.
Now, just listen to the sound of my voice. Goodies!
Indeed, this is so rewarding. My dopamine circuits are just like, yes. And like, don't you want all of the goodies? I'm like, yes, I do.
Don't you want me, baby?
Hey, another key card.
Nice. Save that.
Da, 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 da.
You already saw the base in the back of the behind. Well, the cave behind our base. It requires 5 key cards to get into. So.
Oh, I thought it required 5 of the. Oh, that's true. Okay, okay, that makes
that wasn't
sense.
a warden thing. That was a.
I see, I see. Da, 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 da. God, this music's so good.
Wine glasses and office chairs.
Hmm.
Yeah.
There we go. My good Lord Jesus. If I don't stop yawning, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm following you, assuming you know the way out.
Yeah, I'm like exploring this. Oh, this looks awesome.
Oh yeah.
I'm like holding in the yawn. Like you shall not.
Bonsai pot.
Oh no, don't tell Crystal. She's gonna think I'm gonna break it again. I can already feel the chaos of this happening. Crystal, I'm not attacking the bonsai. As you can see, it is not Effie attack.
As I proceed to attack the bonsai by mistake.
Listen, I still feel bad about it. That was really sad. And unfortunately, this game is just, or Repo is just like that. It decides to tell you to go screw yourself with gravity.
Yeah, gravity's the law.
Like, do not yawn on camera. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Balconies are so cool.
Bye. Bye.
Ah.
Might be a slight navigational issue.
What?
I kinda don't know where I am.
Okay. If you find... Right, behind me. Go. Behind me is the
I
exit.
see you. Behind me?
Behind me is the exit.
Oh. Oh. No, it's not.
Yes.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, cool.
Effie, are you good? Or do you need...
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you got out or got lost.
Listen, man, I'm used to Subnautica Rex, where I have infinitely less time, and my oxygen meter's running down, and there's a Leviathan outside the fucker.
Do you actually have to worry about oxygen consumption?
In Subnautica? Constantly.
In Subnautica, yeah.
I'm one of those people where, like, unfortunately, see, like, the thing is that I love to loot at, like, my leisure. And so the problem is with that is that I am just a lazy fuck and will stand there for like 20 minutes just looking at things.
I have decided, especially since I started playing hardcore, I have decided I'm just going to sacrifice 6 inventory slots and just always have a second air tank on me.
That's smart. Blue does that, and I think it's genius.
And the funny thing is, I got my second air tank, my first second air tank, from a time capsule. I'm like, I already built this, so I'm not sure how helpful it's gonna be.
I know, right?
And then I immediately, like 5 minutes later, nope, it saved my ass.
It does that. That's the hard part about it, you know?
But you just gotta remember to, when you get back to the surface, swap to the one that
that's the main one. Yeah, so that you refill it, yeah. Because otherwise it's a pain in the butt. It really does help though.
Yeah.
Even in late game Subnautica though too. The bonsai pot, oh my god, Crystal. I feel bad. Crystal's gonna get so triggered. I'm not gonna break it. I promise. I'll be good. Today I will be good.
I'm going to put a bonsai pot in front of like box Effie in, so she has to destroy a bonsai.
Don't you dare. Oh, it's fine. It's channel lore now, isn't it?
Like,
yo, these frogs look awesome. These green ones. Jumi.
oh, did you find a frog?
Yeah, a couple of
Bro, I'm finding so many frog eggs, and I still have one more to place. We're gonna have amphibians of Palooza over here. Y'all just prepare yourself for amphibian land. Don't tell me I didn't warn you later. Now, if only there was an arachnid tank, then I would truly be at home.
Spiders are okay from a reasonable distance.
I mean, they're helpful at least. Which is something, you know? Ooh, we got another species for the mammal farm over there.
Okay. So how many keys did you find so far?
One. Otherwise, we've used them on the door. Oh, wait. Do you mean the... Which ones do you mean? The wardens?
So, like out... No, sorry. Warden keys.
3.
How many warden keys did you... Okay.
It's so cute.
Alrighty, folks. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
That is fair, Mac.
I was trying not to be the first person to do that, but...
No, I get that. It's 10 p.m. and honestly, like, even I'm like, I've been battling fatigue all day, so I understand it. Turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
What I have. Did I actually make that? Yes, I did.
Interplanetary travel rocket.
Yep. That's how we get to the moons.
Let me see. Tree spreader.
Come on, stop on.
Super bacteria, tree bark, tree. The fuck? Oh, it just means I need 2 of them. Okay.
I like that one because it is
Indeed,
close
Williams.
to
Best of luck with the air tools tomorrow. Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I said I gotta get the ideas. I gotta get out there early and do it before it gets too hot, so.
Which is fair. Be safe.
Yeah. No, I'm trying not to do anything stupid.
That's all we ask for is the trying.
No guarantees. They're 60-year-old cars, so they're kind of unsafe to begin with.
Fair. Very, very fair. Thank you. That last... I needed something that was the last ingredient. Oh god damn it. I hate it when I do this. The bacteria sample, okay.
Alrighty,
we're out of bacteria. That'll do it. You too, Mac. Sleep well, dude.
Good night.
Good night.
I shall do my best.
Hydra says good night as well.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. I know hyperfocus.
I didn't think to say it.
You're fine. I know hyperfocus. I was like, nah, I got you. I've been there as well. There was one time where somebody was fully crashing out on me, And I just responded with yes. Like, for no apparent reason, mid-crash out. And I was like, well, that's hyper-focus for you. I was, as Gail says, gone with the weave. My villain origin story is gonna be just looking for algae that is ready.
There should be plenty of algae now. I put up like 7 more tier 2s.
We are empty
and they
on
auto
algae.
Collect.
And we are also empty on bacteria.
Yeah.
There it is. Perfection. Let me go make this real fast. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we can do this, I believe. It's too bad that with the frogs they don't also bring lily pads. That would be really cute.
Hmm. That would be good.
Right? It would just be adorable. Yeah.
All right.
You feeling it too?
Not quite. I just have a better. I actually just made a better setup for the trade rockets, and actually something to actually make use of all the excess iridium and uranium that we're getting right now.
Oh, dope. Okay.
So
that's works. And this is still the same portal as before,
rods
right?
are going to be part. What's that?
This is still the same portal as before?
Yes, we haven't destroyed the portal, no.
Got you, okay. Priority 5, difficulty 2, and then to open another one, we'd have to make another thing for it.
Yeah.
What I'll do... Did we get everything out of that wreck that you think we needed?
I think. Yeah, I mean, maybe a couple more rockets and a couple things, but it's like
we could probably build them.
Major. We can make rockets.
Okay, so let me do this and I'm gonna practice. So what we have to do to open this. Scan for distant wrecks. Oh boy. This one's nice. Yeah, we can afford this. 1422 1422 1422 1422 1422
4 pink, 1 green, 2 purple, 2 blue. Okay.
1422
4 pink.
2. Alright, and then all we need is the pulsar. There we go. 1422. Yeah, let's go. New portal.
All right, on my way.
Oh, it's cool. It's a different biome.
Yeah,
Holy
they will.
jungle. Oh, I should have come here with water.
I got.
Oh, never mind. There's water.
Oh,
here.
there's water here. I've got a canister if you need.
Dude, this looks awesome.
I've got 2
Thank you.
canisters.
This is cool as hell.
All right.
What's up, Quantum? How you doing? Quantum, I think you would love this game.
The wreck is easy to find.
Yeah, really. Thank
Question
goodness.
is, where is the entrance? Looks like it's overhead, or it's underwater.
Not underwater. Yeah, I'm thinking overhead.
We gotta find our way up.
God, this is beautiful.
Indeed.
A new biome and then closes again. Right, Queen? I swear, this game is just absolutely lovely. I totally understand the hype around it. This is like,
yeah,
it's relaxing, but it's also satisfying.
Mm-hmm. I wish there was some kind of like aggro aspect in the survival. Kind of like,
yeah, like where you could turn it on or off.
Have like combat.
I mean, you can pretty reliably kill the Leviathans.
But it's not like, it's not the point of the, you can play the game where the only things you fight are like little tiny crabs and you hit them with your knife. You don't have to kill any Reapers.
True. Found the way in. Maybe. What's up, Sydney? How you doing? This looks like a PC only game. Is Planet Crafter only PC? That's a good question. That is a really good question. I bet it would play beautifully on a console, though, to be honest. Like, it's not super resource heavy. Found the way in.
Not on Game Pass, I know that.
Not on PS? Damn. I wish it was, though, dude. It's absolutely beautiful.
Ah, I see where you're
I can't complain, Sydney. I'm hanging in there, you know? Life is lifing, but I'm hanging in. I started stream today with a focal migraine, and it seems to be staying at like a level 4 out of 10 on the pain scale, so like that's kind of a win. You know? I'll take a 4. A 4 is like sprained ankle for me. That leaves Switch, it does. What have you guys heard about the new Switch stuff? I know like a lot of folks were saying that they're still very much in stock in different stores here. I was surprised. I started today with a migraine too. Oh, Quantum, I'm so sorry. Glory to the green, indeed. Indeedy. Brunea tree seed. Oh, cool. We're getting really cool looking tree seeds from this. I love all the rare stuff. Womp. Mine works fine. I feel that. I have never actually owned a Switch, but I've heard many good things about it as a console. I'm just one of those people where I didn't really grow up with Nintendo. I grew up a lot more with like,
I picked it up by mistake.
Oh, you're fine. It's been doing that a lot.
There we go.
I grew up with more like PlayStation, like the early iterations, like the PS1, PS2. And Sega Genesis and all that business. Which I really had to upgrade, yeah, because the PS4, I am frustrated by the way that they treated PS4 users. Now I have my PC. Next thing to save for is a Stream Deck. Hell yes. Hell
I didn't
yes.
bring the fusion cell.
It's all good. We can keep this one open for a bit too. This world looks really cool.
Yeah.
Steam Deck, yeah. No, you're fine. I know. It's funny how when you first get into like streaming, it's like, oh, Stream Deck versus Steam Deck, and they're just confusing freaking terms to try and interchange between. In the beginning, I was like, what on earth have I gotten myself into? And now I'm just like, all right, now I know my way around. Oh, my back.
Seriously?
I know, all that for nothing.
That's dead end.
Got 3 explosives still on me. So what's up here? The galley, we found that. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. And hell yes, queen. That's the mentality, I think. It's always about, I think it's always about what can you have fun with the most. Like for me with the Switch 2, is like I didn't really see anything that really grabbed me. I feel like that's my thing though, is that because I can play so much on PC, I'm like I'd rather just invest money into the build and the general stream setup, you know? I play a lot on the PS4. Elden Ring played just as good as PS5, but games are just so heavy, it's really not surprising. Technology moves fast, yeah. It's true. And unfortunately, more and more devs are just not optimizing their games, which is also a massive problem. I really hope that eventually it gets addressed. Because it's actually so beyond irritating to constantly have these games out that you just cannot run. Or at least cannot run to the extent that you'd like to. What the hell did I do with finding the way out here? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I didn't even find the fusion reactor there.
I know, right? I'm like, it's somewhere in this wreck.
I'll be back in time to. I'll be back before you die to hunger.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried. I've got food and stuff on me. I'm just
okay.
I'm more like just trying to also find our way around this place where I'm like, all right, let me go grab the water. And
I'm a full inventory and I know we need the
that works.
What you call fusion cell.
Okay, great. And more Legolas. I love that they're called Legolas. Like, let's go. Lord of the Rings references. But yeah, I would love to see more devs optimize their games, especially too some of the games that need the love, you know? It's like, I've been playing a lot of indies lately, and I love that there are some indie devs who really take the time to do that. I feel like that, to me, engenders more, I don't think the older consoles can keep up, but I still have the PS4 hooked up. But hey, Monster Hunter Wilds is cross platforms if you ever get it. To be honest with you, Quantum, I'm just not into Monster Hunter. Like the grindiness and then just their new system. Like, so I was watching my brother play a little bit of it because my brother's really into it, and I'm just, I don't know. I'm like, Monster Hunter World I tried to be into, but it's really just too grindy for me. Like, it's one of those things where I guess there's definitely like a market to relax to it. For me, it hasn't been my personal thing. Small Land is also now cross-platform. That's what I love, Quantum. I want to see more games also do that. We need more cross-platform games. That's something that I feel like it's now the standard utility in 2025, but I don't know, man. It bums me out that we still have to petition for it. You know what I mean? I know, I'm happy about Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 is honestly a masterpiece. That's one of those games where when people ask, like, what's one of your favorite games of all time? Baldur's Gate 3 immediately pops to mind, because that's a game that, to be honest with you guys, at first, I really wasn't into it at all. I was just kind of like, oh, whatever, like, I'll try, maybe it's a me problem, everybody else is loving it, like, let me just, you know, see or whatever. Then I figured out how the game
and then
can
you found out
actually
it was, in fact, a you problem.
Well, it was, what it was for me is that at the time, I basically just wasn't thinking like, oh, so I was frustrated with, like, honestly, so when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, everybody was hyping their romance choices, right? I'm somebody who's like, I'm not aromantic, I'm definitely asexual. So for me, like, the hype around the romance choices was actually killing the enthusiasm to play the overall game, because it was so annoying. Yeah. And then when I reapproached it from a perspective of like, well, you know what, like, let me just open my mind, let me just pick a random one. So I picked Gale as my romance choice. Then the whole game opened up once I got really more immersed in necromancy, just really kind of like picked a build that I wanted to play. And I think that that ultimately is the way that, what's up, Archer? I think that's the way that, you know, Baldur's Gate thrives best, is when you actually have like a target in mind. But for me, when I first started playing it, I had no target in mind because I didn't really even know how D&D worked. So it was like, it was one of those things where, hey, Archer, what's up? How you doing, dude?
Access card.
I have one in my inventory. Where are you at?
I found a dead end. It's upstairs. If you find a long stairs,
find a
pretty
long
close to the beginning
stairs.
of the.
Hang on, let me run back and I'll find you. A long stairs.
Here, I'll come to the. There's like it takes you up two flights of steps.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Wow, I missed all of this. Holy crap.
I did too. I didn't see this the first time either. I just found it.
This feels so random. Been out with Mom, just chilling, enjoying the weather. I'm so glad. I'm missing anyone right now, and I'm like, the best target for this game is bisexual. I know, right? That's the thing too, is that I sometimes like to watch the solo plays of people experiencing the game. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. It's like, listen, oh, we need 2 of them for this door. Interesting. That's the thing, is like, I'm all for everybody enjoying it how they do. I'm okay, Archer. I have got the focal migraine. Let me just tell y'all, pain. Unending pain. Unending pain. I am like, hey, I thought I found it. No, I didn't. This is the thing that you've been in.
I got a genetic trait. Woo.
Woohoo! Did you get in the door?
Yeah, I got the door.
Oh, okay, okay.
I had 2 cards on me, so I could.
Okay, got you. So I was like, wait a minute.
And we still have 1 left over, so.
Hooray.
But I still haven't found the fusion.
It's gonna be by this. Whatever's
reactor.
going on with this staircase.
Yeah.
Feel confidently of that.
Procedural generation and all that.
Gotta be somewhere in here.
This is the procedurally generated section of the levels.
They don't quantum, unfortunately. I don't respond to anything. I really am. I have one of those bodies where I'm pretty sure that this is all hormonal because I quit coffee. And the minute that I quit coffee, my body basically went into what I can only call a state of just complete rebellion. It was basically like, ma'am, this is the best thing you could have done. Oh, good. It was basically like, ma'am, this is the best thing that you could have done for your hormones, but also we're going to punish you for this decision forever. And so here I am being punished forever.
Now fuck you.
Exactly. It's not even withdrawal, Archer. It's actually more serious. Like, I'm actually having hormonal symptoms now that are like going on past a month. So we're in the great game now. It's just one of those things where for women, it's highly recommended if you're in either perimenopause or premenopause to switch off of the caffeine. So I just naturally did that because I was like, well, even though I'm not quite there yet, if it really has this dramatic effects, like, let me just see if this is a fad or not by switching over to matcha, right? Turns out it wasn't a fad. And, well, here I am now, coffeeless and definitely questioning my sanity. Definitely questioning my sanity. Body be mean, I know the feeling, I know, right? It's like, bro, ooh. It has been a rough freaking month. I have been places with this business that I'm like, my goodness. Like, I don't regret it ultimately because what we discovered is that the coffee was doing way worse things to my body than I thought that it was doing, but I'm just like, oh my goodness, these headaches. So they're all basically hormonal and there's just nothing. Like, I will never use hormonal birth control or any of the other things that people use to try and like stabilize those conditions because they just have long-term health consequences out the wazoo. So I'm like, well, I guess we're just gonna endure and pray that things balance out reasonably well in the near future. Me too, Archer. I don't honestly like, it's kind of interesting, but it was just this chronic thing that would keep me consistently overstimulated that I wasn't paying attention to because I didn't realize I should have been paying attention to it. As well, my mom. Yeah, and also it also really depends as well on different people, different bodies, right? Because like there's all different kinds of feedback on this kind of thing. Basically, my biggest finding with it that really surprised me is that I was just not aware. Oh, and the Turkish coffee's an addiction. I know, for an Italian to have given up coffee, I'm like, oh boy. It's just sacrilege, it really is. But then at the same time, I'm like, you know, if there's one thing I trust fellow lady folks. I take caffeine because of anxiety, but getting my tubes and cysts removed has likely kicked me into pre-med. Yeah, Quantum, it's heavy. It's hard.
Okay.
What'd you find?
I found another access card.
Ooh, cool. There must be more of them floating around. I always love finding a big wreck. You
can get 2 to 3 or 1 to 2 more than the security door requires.
Okay.
Usually is my experience. So if it requires 2, the level has 2 to 4 kind of thing.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And Quantum, I feel that because
I have exhausted. It's up there.
Fair. And Quantum, I feel that because I'll tell you what, right now, it's really insane. Ovarian cysts and just all of the medical interventions necessary that come with things like and conditions like PCOS. I mean, it's just once you start looking into the rabbit hole of how much caffeine affects those processes, I was just blown away. Like, I had no idea that caffeine makes progesterone significantly less effective. If I had known this earlier in my life, I just never would have started drinking coffee, you know? And it's one of those things where now I'm just like, now I kind of chuckle about it because I'm just like, well, shit, you know, I wish I knew. No problem, Archer. Sure, I don't take caffeine from tea. It gets my heart racing up. Yeah, for anxiety, and it's very real too. The caffeine anxiety is absolutely, I think what's bizarre about it is that it's a little bit, it's like, you know what's going on because you know that it's caffeine induced, and in your head you're like, I should be able to get through this, but then you actually start to experience it and you start to have the dysphoria and you're like, you know something, this is horrible. As much as I'm sure there would have been a previous version of me that would have gone back, I'm kind of glad that I'm in the mentality of like, no, this definitely feels better. Even if my head does hurt more often, and even if there are side effects, you know? I just trust that in the coming months, it'll sort itself out. Bacteria. Alright. Outside. Whee! That. That didn't sound good. Boop. Ba-doop. Oh, another one. I see, I see. Let's find zeolite. This. Also this. I swore it was. I was wrong. One. Which maybe I have on me. Yeah, I do. Let me figure out what we need to do to make more water collectors, because we are definitely running low. The Rooted Woman? Ooh, why have I heard of this? Oh, Quantum, how is it? That sounds very familiar. I'm trying to figure out why that sounds familiar. I think I might have it on a wish list. New Oracle deck called the Rooted Woman. Oh, I love that. I feel like that's... Does it involve like plants and trees? I'm trying to think, because I'm like, there's one... I'm trying to think if it was the Wild Witch that I was looking at, or if it's the Rooted Woman, because that's very, very familiar. The minute you said that, I was like, wait. Very earthy without appropriating indigenous culture. Quantum, I love that. We need so much more of that energy. We were talking about that a bit earlier because we were talking about cleansing herbs, and I was like, oh, one of my absolute favorites to use is actually rue. Because my god, does rue chase out anything and everything. I feel like rue is like the protective older sister of Cleansing forces. Where the hell did I put the frog eggs? I literally just had... Talks a lot about balancing. That's key. That really is. Like, I have to say, out of all the things with all the oracles, one thing that I really like about them is that they tend to be a little bit gentler than tarot. Rue is so Italian too, exactly. It really is, and so I've been vibing with it hard. Like, I've just been loving it. Rue, Rosemary, I also love to use Dragon's Blood. But Dragon's Blood I find is more protection in the door, whereas Rue and Rosemary will chase out anything that's just in any way messing around. Tossing a little wild mint there just for a bit of clarity. I'm like me and my incense blends, man. We have that. Go here. Doop-a-doop. What else do I need to build? Silk, bio. Oh, that's wrong thing. Dum-da-dum. Lavender is nice. I love lavender. Lavender honestly does so much heavy lifting for especially like a more disgruntled nervous system like mine. I find that it really just hits the spot. Like it's hard to explain the way that certain herbs have particular beneficial effects, but it's kind of wonderful. This is so cute. What the hell is the snoober? What is this adorable thing that I'm looking at on my screen right now, and how do I have... This is so cute. How do I have 50 of them? I want 50 of them. Look at his little antennae. He's perfect in every way, shape, and form. He's a snoober.
Oh, that might be a new species.
He's perfect.
You know what? That might be telling you what.
I get my license from this woman on Etsy, and it just has. You get your incense from this woman on Etsy, and it just has clean, clear vibes. Yeah, right, Quantum. That's the thing. Is like when you find a good distributor. When you find a really, really good distributor who you can trust, you hold on to them for life. That's one of those finds that is actually essential. And it doesn't get spoken about enough, honestly. It really is one of those things where I do wish that it was a topic that came up more as like sourcing herbs, sourcing crystals, for example, as well. Oh, cool. All the different outfit displays. All right, y'all. Hydra, I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna do my classic AFK.
Wait! Before you go, I'm almost done making the displays. Show chat.
What she says? Oh yeah. That's why I was like, oh look, we have the spacesuit displays. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hang on, I can toss some of them on there too. Not that I have them on me. Oh, these look awesome. The pink one looks so cool. Bro, what? Oh, this looks gorgeous.
These two on the left are the premium ones.
Yo, these are awesome looking. Dude, I love these different suits. Absolutely, Quantum. Fully agree. Fully agree. Yeah, I'm like, how do we...
One of the ones I dropped is the purple. I don't know which one it was. It's the purple and green one.
Oh my god!
If you want the pink and blue.
I'm purple. I'm happy.
Okay.
If you want to make, and then the Blasto is the one that you had on, and then the Abysso is the blue one that I had on.
Yeah.
So in contrast, there's Mikio. Hang on. If I would press the right button. Yeah, that's the one I had on. Actually, that one looks really cool. Do this. Did the one have flames? I think so. It's either flames or like a coral. It reminds me of like a sports car flame. Like, let's go. What a fantastic screen, dude. That's awesome. I love the spacesuit display.
And
This game
I've
is a
got
fantastic aesthetic.
a couple of purchased eggs and fish eggs and frog eggs.
Absolutely, Quantum. I'm gonna definitely check it out.
We are 97.35% of the way to mammals.
Let's freaking go. Tomorrow's session is literally just gonna be like, congratulations and welcome to mammals.
Yeah.
Yes, the spirituality section, Williams. We do have it. We do indeed. All right, y'all. Hydra, I will be right back. Ash, I'll see you momentarily. All right, y'all. You guys, I love this game, and I am so happy that my migraine managed to stay at bay long enough for us to get a nice full session playing it. It's literally 444, and I am so freaking stoked to be back, to be able to do this. I'm actually really hype also, by the way, that the green LED light behind me seemed to work for the migraine. I don't know, that was really cool. I have seen the migraine lights that are like bright LED green. I was not expecting that to actually work. I just figured, you know what, I'll have this in the background and see if it does something, and it did seem to hold it at bay. So all I'm saying is, fellow migraine sufferers, I don't know, LED green light, it might be something for us to all look into on Google Scholar. I gotta do my research on it because I saw it in passing and was like, screw it, I'll try it. And game changer, honestly, game changer. But anyway, guys, I love you all. I hope you all sleep very well tonight. If that's your time zone, have a great rest of your day if you are on a different one, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This has been wonderful hanging out. Quantum, I'm absolutely investigating this deck, and I'm very excited because you know how I am with decks. I always need to add more of them to the collection, so this is right up my alley, and I always love a good recommendation. But anyway, guys, I hope you all get some great rest. I hope you're all doing well.